Can you hear me now, Fred? Hopefully you can hear me. So I'm having a small issue. And that issue is that the cat's fucking chewed through the laptop cable. Like, completely chewed through it, like it is now in 2 pieces. And I had a spare laptop cable that was only slightly chewed. But I've plugged it in and it's not working, and I don't know why it's not working. It might be because it's slightly chewed, but it was working. But it's not working, so I have no access to my laptop. So I am trying... Scorpio, you go away. You've done enough damage for today. I am trying to figure out how the fuck I get the chat up on my phone without just watching the live stream. I mean, I want to get it up in, like, YouTube Studio. And it's not fucking letting me. Fucking apps. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Live chat. Where am I? Just bear with me a minute, it's fine. What makes cables appeal to cats as a chew toy? I have no idea. I think cats are just arseholes. I think that's what it is. I think cats are just arseholes. Like, at the minute I can see the chat because I can see it on OBS. But the moment we go into, like, the outer worlds, I won't be able to see the chat anymore. So, I'm trying... Okay, well, there it is. Bear with me, it's fine. It's fine. Oh, for fuck's sake, man. That's not what I wanted. This is riveting, isn't it? We might not end up playing the Outer Worlds today. Do you remember last time I said one day we'll have to have a live stream where we don't play a game and it's literally just me sat in front of the camera with cats? It might be today. Content. Live. Nope. Right. Okay. Bear with me, it's fine. You're probably the only viewer, Fred. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't have the viewer numbers. I don't know. Fucking stupid cats, honestly. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to order a new laptop cable before I do anything else. And considering I have to buy about 3 a year, I can go back through my orders and find it. Find the right one. Do you know what? Work have given me next week off. Just randomly yesterday they were like, do you want next week off? I said, yeah, I'll have next week off, considering it's the run up to Easter. I mean, it's not often you get Easter off. Right. That's the one. Buy it again. Only for about the 78th millionth time. $17.99. $17.99. Honestly. What else is in my basket? Books about ancient Rome, obviously. Yeah, fuck it, sure, we'll order all of that, why not? Honestly. No, I do not want to try Prime. Fuck off. No, I do not want to pay. Oh, do I want to pay for postage, though? I'll get it tomorrow. Otherwise, it's Tuesday. I'm going to have to go to Tuesday without a laptop. And I like to have my laptop plugged in on my bed when I'm going to sleep so I can watch my ASMR videos. And it's not the same watching them on the phone. I mean, at the minute, I'm not watching ASMR videos to go to sleep. I'm watching Desperate Housewives. As you do. Oh, fuck it. We'll pay the $4.99 for premium delivery. Why not? Let's be extravagant. See how the other half live. The people who can afford to pay for premium delivery. And we'll get it tomorrow. There we go. Okay, marvellous. Now, none of this has helped with me getting the chat up. I don't want to just be watching the live stream, because I could do it that way. I could just, like, be watching the live stream on my phone. But I'm worried that I'll take up bandwidth unnecessarily. So, let's see if we can get into YouTube, like, through Chrome, rather than through the YouTube app. This might work. YouTube. Oh, there's 2 watching. I can see that because I can see the live stream. God knows who the other one is. Some poor person who's sitting there listening to me order things on Amazon. Amazon Prime is a pretty good deal, says Fred. Yeah, what do you actually get for it though? Except free delivery. Like, I mean, I got the free month trial of Amazon Prime a while back, but I just didn't see the point of it. Like, I already have too many monthly subscriptions, to be honest. I cancelled most of them. What am I looking for? What am I looking for? Switch account. Magpie, that's me. We've gone down to 507 subscribers, you know. I'm losing them. I'm losing them. It's because I've stopped doing, like, decent videos. I just do the live streams now. I've stopped doing, like, you know, the Dragon Age videos and stuff. But I am planning on getting back into them, you know. And then those people will be sorry. Free fast delivery on the Prime videos. Well, yeah, I mean, I did for a long time have Prime Video, but that's different to just Prime. Viral Effect is here. Hello, Viral Effect. We're just having a small problem. Don't mind me. It's cat related. I should have the technical difficulty screen up, really, shouldn't I? Let's put that up. There we go. You can watch the technical difficulty screen. Right, what am I trying to find? I'm trying to find YouTube Studio. Why is it so fucking hard? I hate mobile phones. Anybody else just hate mobile phones? It's not going to let me do it. Okay. I'm thinking. It's fine. I'm thinking. Fuck. What can we do? What can we do? What can we do? We could have a live stream where we don't play a video game. And it's just me sat in front of the camera. We could do that. I'm just trying to think, how can I see the chat on my phone without just watching the live stream? Because like I say, that'll take up bandwidth. Let's Google it. It's fine, talk amongst yourselves. I'll be with you at some point, probably. It really annoys me. There is a YouTube Studio app, right, that you can get on your phone. It does, like, maybe 10% of the stuff that YouTube Studio does, like, on the computer. And it's like, why did you even make it? Like, what was the point? Okay, let's just say, theoretically, if I did just open the live stream up on my phone. Switch account. Oh god, there's 3 people watching. I mean, yeah, I could use that. I mean, I'd have to turn the sound down because then I'd be, you know, echoing myself. So that's got the chat open. But then I'm watching my own live stream, which, like I say, could take up bandwidth. Also, it's a bit friggin' fuffy. Oh. I'm going to drink some tea because my tea's probably going cold. Drinking tea is the answer to most things. Where were we in the games? Where had we got to? What were we doing in the games, in the Outer Worlds? What were we doing? I'm going to put full camera on so you can see my beautiful face. Hey, hello, that's me. Oh, I look quite good today, relatively speaking. What do you think? Relatively speaking. I'm trying to think what to do. Is it feasible? See, it's not feasible having the chat there because the freaking text's too small. Like, it's just... But, see, I can see the chat there. But what I can't see is, like, how many viewers we have and stuff like that. I look adorable. Thank you, Fred. Thank you. Don't I always? Don't I always? But you're right, I do look particularly adorable at the moment. I think it's all the weight I've lost. Although you want to see what I've got to eat? You ready for this? That is a cheesecake that I made. I made a New York cheesecake, a baked cheesecake, because I don't really like the no-bake cheesecakes. I made a baked cheesecake. I haven't eaten all of that myself. I took it into work, and the morning shift people had it for their breakfast, and then that's what is left, and that's what I'm going to eat. With a fork, I'm going to sit here and eat it. So, okay, here's what we could do. We could open up the Outer Worlds and we could try to muddle through. Without me being able to see the chat. Or, here's a wild idea. We could decide, fuck the Outer Worlds. We don't want to play the Outer Worlds today. Who wants to play the Outer Worlds? Why would anybody want to do that? No. And we could turn this into a... Do you know what? All day, right, I had a headache for most of the day. It's gone now. I only got about 4 hours sleep last night. It's been a fucking awful shift at work, and all day I was thinking, I wonder if I could put the live stream off till tomorrow. I wonder if I could put the live stream off till tomorrow. I was just thinking, I don't think I could be bothered to play the Outer Worlds. I don't think I could be bothered to do the live stream. I was thinking that all day, and then I thought, oh, fuck it, Magpie, just do it. And then, like, my laptop cable has been chewed in half, and the microphone wasn't working when I first booted the thing up, so I had to sort that out, and it's like the world is going, do you know what, Magpie, you're not supposed to play the Outer Worlds today. So if you wanted, we could genuinely have a live stream where I don't play a game and I just sit here and we talk. What do you reckon? How many people are watching? 3. There's 3 of you. It's not like the masses have turned up to see the Outer World. I'm perfectly happy to sit here and eat cheesecake and talk about video games. I've genuinely always wanted to try this, to do an entire live stream. We might not go the full 4 hours. But, you know, I don't just want to bail on you now that you've turned up and you're here. I mean, we could talk about the outer world if you want. I wonder if I can change the title of the live stream while it's streaming. I don't know if I can do that. I'll have a look, see. I'm going to shut that down so that I'm not taking up unnecessary stuff. I'm going to put my headphones down there because I don't need them. See if I can change the title of the live stream while I'm live streaming. See, most YouTubers don't give you live streams like this. This is the sort of shit that makes my live streams mine. Mine. What am I doing? Content. Live. Yeah, currently on. Edit title and description. What should we call it? Magpie ditches. Oh, hang on. Ditches the outer worlds and just talks rubbish for a while. ... I've officially changed the title of the live stream. There we go. This is like fate. Literally all day I've been thinking, I don't think I can be asked to play the Outer Worlds. And normally on a Saturday I'm thinking, oh, I can't wait to go home and do the live stream. And today I've just been thinking, I really can't be asked. Can't be bothered, man. Oh, Welsh friends here. Hello, Welsh friend. Okay. So, update. Scorpio, well, I don't know which cat it was. I'm assuming it was Scorpio because it's always fucking Scorpio. Chewed my laptop cable in half. And my spare laptop cable, for some reason, isn't working, and I don't know why. Possibly because it is also chewed. And because of that, I can't have my laptop here with the chat. We briefly experimented with me trying to get the chat up on my phone, and I don't think it's feasible to do it in a way that's going to work. And I've had a bad day, and I'm in a bad mood, and I've decided I can't be asked to play the Outer Worlds. So we're going to have a live stream where I just sit here and talk. I've threatened it several times. Several times I've threatened to do a live stream like this. And now we're doing it. So hello. What do we feel like talking about? What do we want to do? Have you considered hiding your cables from the cats? Yes. And I do. I'm always really good for a while where like I only use the laptop cable when I'm using the laptop, and then I'll unplug it and I hide it away in a drawer, and then I'll keep that up for a few weeks when I buy a new laptop cable, and then I just kind of go, oh, it'll be fine, and then I end up with chewed cables. The laptop cables in particular, though. They also chewed my straightener cable in half. Like my straighteners. They chewed that one in half. But weirdly... Weirdly what? What were you saying? What was I going to say? Weirdly, they won't touch my phone charger cable. They don't even play with it. They don't touch that at all. That is not... Because this is it. Because I plugged my phone in to the computer while I was experimenting with using the chat, and it doesn't even have any teeth marks in it. And they leave most of my like computer cables alone. The actual computer itself is all chewed down the back, like the metal is like chewed and pulled back like that, but the actual cables they don't touch. Just the laptop cable. Oh, the microphone cable is a little bit chewed, I have to admit. You could consider leaving stuff plugged in, and Afro would suit Scorpio. Scorpio electrocuted himself 3 times in a row once, chewing a cable. And he kept going back in for more. I mean, obviously he didn't seriously electrocute himself, but I think it gave him a bit of a shock because he kept kind of jumping like that, and then he went in and chewed it again. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? That was the last laptop cable, the one I had to throw out. Is it because the cats view the computer as a rival for your attention? Possibly. Possibly. So, apparently we're just going to have a chat today. I've always fancied doing this. I always like the idea of doing this. I like to sit in front of a camera talking. And I have some more of my cheesecake. I've also got a 5-pack of cream eggs that we might get to. But I think that if I eat that and a cheesecake, I might be violently sick. So maybe not. But they won't be in the shop this time next week because Easter will be over. So I thought, you know. Yeah, so work spontaneously gave me this coming week off work. Don't question it. Gave me Easter week off. They've decided that the run up to Easter is the perfect time to try and save wages. As idiot employers do. So they've given loads of people holidays. And then the people who are left in have to do like the work of 6 people. It's not been a fun week, I'll be honest. It's not been nice. But now I've got next week off, so let's not question it. What games are next in the playthrough? What video essay ideas are you kicking around? Okay, so these are some ideas I'm playing with. I am thinking of continuing the A to Z, like literally picking up where we left off, but doing it a bit more. Because the trouble is, I was rushing them because I was trying to. I had the wonderful idea that it was going to be a countdown to Veilguard and it was all going to be brilliant, and it nearly worked. We nearly pulled it off, but then it didn't quite. But yeah, because I think I got up to M, didn't I? I'm sure L was the one that didn't end up going up because I was trying to edit it. I'm looking at me instead of looking at you. That's terribly rude. I should look at the camera. Look at the camera. The camera's quite intimidating. How many of you have ever actually looked into a camera and talked? I bet Fred has. Fred's probably been on telly. Have you been on telly, Fred? I bet you have. What was I saying? The A to Z, yeah. Because I remember I was trying to edit. I'm sure it was the L entry. On the day it was meant to go up, and I'd recorded it, and I was listening to it back, and I thought, wow, that's really shit. I didn't think it was very good at all. And then I sort of realised I was compromising quality in order to try and get them up quickly. And also there was a lot of shit all kicked off all at once. It was one of those weird times in life where just lots of different unrelated shit all kicks off all at once. And sometimes you just kind of go, do you know what? Fuck everything. Fuck all of you. I'm blocking everybody. I'm turning my phone off. I'm going to go and hide under a blanket. It was that kind of time where, you know, sometimes you just need to go, fuck everyone. I'm not speaking to any of you. It was that kind of thing. So that was kind of why the A fell apart. And then I got an ear infection. Do you remember just before Veilguard came out? Oh my god, it was not a happy time. Anyway, yeah, so I was thinking of continuing the A to Z, but doing it, like, properly and not, like, rushing it. So, but maybe only picking topics that aren't related to anything that happened in Veilguard. Because, like, I don't 100% have my head around all the lore that went on in Veilguard yet. There was a lot. There was a lot added onto the lore. And I'm still kind of hazy on a lot of it. So anyway, that's one thing I'm planning on doing. Fred has been on television. I thought he would have been. I thought I knew. But my brilliant idea. So, you know, I'm quite big on characters. I really like exploring characters and their personalities and their motivations and why they do the things they do and the relationships they have with other people and stuff like that. That's the stuff I love. That's the stuff I love when I'm reading stories or watching films or playing games or writing. Like, if you've ever read any of my fan fictions, they're basically just people sitting in rooms having conversations with each other. And then I sort of have to come up with story like, oh, hello, Star, I can see you. I have to come up with a storyline to explain why they're all sitting in rooms talking to each other. But really, I just want to write people having conversations with each other because I just find it fascinating to write like conversations and stuff. Hello, I can see you. I know, I can see you. I know. So I thought about having a series called like Companion Chronicles or something like that, where each one I focus in on like a companion of a different game. Like it wouldn't necessarily just be the Dragon Age games, could be Mass Effect as well, and the Outer Worlds, because the Outer Worlds have brilliant companions. Hello! Oh, you keep your nose away from my cheesecake. I can see what you are doing. No, you're not having my cheesecake. I'm having my cheesecake. I have literally no idea how many people are watching this, and you know what? That's quite liberating. I can see the chat on OBS, but it's not telling me how many people are watching. So you know, it's quite nice. I'm not freaking out about what the numbers are. If you get cat hair in my cheesecake, I am going to bash your noggin. I will. I bash your noggin. So yeah, that was one of my ideas. I don't know. I struggle to think of stuff. I don't know. Your tail was in the cheesecake. You've now got cheesecake on your tail and cat hair on the cheesecake. Stop. Oh my goodness. Don't get cats. Cats are evil. Alright? Cats are evil, terrible, awful creatures that no human should have to put up with. Love you anyway, though. So yeah, I quite like the idea of doing like the Companion Chronicles. Well, that would be quite fun. Just stay away from the cheesecake. It's not your cheesecake. Just sit. Sit. There we go. So yeah, we could do like each companion could have a little, you know, a little entry. And then I could do things like a tourist's guide to Thedas or something like that, where we go through all of the different places. Because I really enjoyed doing that when I was doing the A to Z. I really liked going into all of like the lore that sort of isn't mentioned in the game. You know what I mean? Like the or like the history of Antiva and stuff like that, and the history of Navarra and things like that. Also, oh, because I was thinking you could. I don't know. I've almost got too many ideas, and I don't know. At the same time, not enough. Do you know what I mean? I think that all of my ideas are too kind of broad. I don't just want to become a lore channel, because there's so many lore channels that just literally just recite the lore. But I do like. I like rather than just reciting the lore, I like more kind of. Do you know, like when I did the A to Z entry for Andraste, and I was sort of talking about how I think I have a personal theory that she's based on Boudica, but she also seems to be a bit based on like she's got sort of those themes kind of running through. I like just trying to figure out where they've got things from, where they've got inspiration and stuff from, rather than just reciting the lore. More kind of like I don't know what I'm trying to say. Discussing it more than just reciting it. Do you know what I mean? Because I mean, you could just sit down and read the codex out, or you could debate it a little bit. I don't know. Have you seen the anime movie that's The Adventures of Young Cassandra? No, I haven't. Do you know what? I'm really put off by anime. I just don't like anime at all. Like, I haven't. There was another anime thing that came out, wasn't there, before Veilguard? Came out on Netflix, I think, and I haven't watched that either because I just don't like anime. It always puts me off. But then I don't know. I've got too many projects, that's my problem. Just trying to waft all the cat hair away from the cheesecake. I've got too many projects, I've got too many fan fictions I want to write. I've got too much original fiction I want to write. And then I'm trying to get more of a life, like I'm trying to not just stay in the flat all the time, I'm trying to get out more, meet new people, and get new hobbies. And I'm like, there aren't enough hours in a lifetime. Really aren't. Oh, that's interesting. Fred thought Andraste was a female version of Muhammad. Prophet of God, but still mortal. I just think there's so many... well, I mean, aside from the fact that Andraste, in the legend of Boudica, Andraste is the goddess that Boudica worships. Now, when you actually read the historical sources, it's very unlikely that Andraste was actually a god that anybody worshipped. But what's interesting is she is a goddess who is worshipped by modern-day druids. So, today, in the modern day, druids worship a goddess called Andraste, and she's a goddess of war, I think, and she's like a trickster goddess. She's not a nice figure at all. She's quite dark. But they get her from the legend of Boudica, because in the legend, this is the legend, not like the historical sources, which are quite vague anyway. I mean, I'm not even 100% convinced she existed, you know. But I was listening to one of my podcasts and they had somebody on talking about Boudica and she was like, oh yes, she absolutely existed. And I was like, are we 100% certain of that? Really? Because there's only 2 historical sources that we have for her, both of which were written by Romans, and I think they were both written quite a long time after she supposedly lived. Like, she could just have been a story. But you know, I'm not a historian, so don't listen to me. But anyway, yes, if we go purely off the legend of Boudica, in the legend she worships the goddess Andraste, and she has a grove in one of the forests down south. It's not Epping Forest, is it? Maybe one of the forests down south. There's meant to be a grove to Andraste, where Boudica sacrificed Roman women whom she had captured and sexually mutilated. There's some quite vivid descriptions of how she would cut off women's breasts and things like that and sacrifice them to Andraste. So yes, Andraste, not a nice figure at all, but very closely linked to the legend of Boudica. And when you read the legend of Boudica and you read all of the lore behind Andraste, it's like very, very similar. Very similar, like both daughters of, like I mean the what are they called? The Alamari. In Dragon Age seem to be based on the Celts. I think the Alamari are based on the Celts, and then the Ferelden's are based on the Saxons. Because Ferelden itself has that same sort of dual kind of thing that Britain does, whereas like the Celts were here first, but then the Saxons turned up, and the Romans turned up in between that, and the Romans are the Tevinters. So, I'm rambling, aren't I? But in Dragon Age lore, you had the Alamari, who were the tribes, right, who lived in the south. And then the Tevinter Empire shows up and conquers them, right? And then the first blight happens, I think, which weakens the... This is all off the top of my head. Noises going on outside and it freaked her out. The first blight weakens the Tevinter Empire, and the Imperium has to pull back. And then the Fereldans sort of emerge from the Alamari tribes unite, I think, and the Fereldans emerge from that. Right, so you have the Fereldans who are now kind of different from the Alamari. Whereas in real-world history, you have the Celts who occupied Britain, although they came from somewhere else. There's no such thing as like a national Brit. Nobody originated from Britain. Everybody who has ever settled here came from somewhere else. But, so you had the Celts, then the Romans came in and invaded and occupied for quite a long time, and then they had to pull back to go and help Rome, I think. I'm not an expert. This is kind of the, you know, the general gist. And then at some point the Saxons turn up. Right? Which is why now you now end up with like Anglo-Saxon, right? Whereas in the Dragon Age lore, it's kind of similar, that you've got the tribes and then the empire that comes in and conquers them, and then the empire gets weakened and has to pull back, and then you get like this sort of more unified kind of people who do you know what I mean? You kind of get what I'm saying. Not making any sense, am I? But you know what I mean. And where was I even going with this? How did we end up on this? Andraste, Boudica, yes. So, Boudica was Celtic, is basically what I'm trying to say. And in the Dragon Age world, Andraste was Alamari, right? They were both the daughters of chieftains, and they both married chieftains, right? So Boudica was married to a Celtic king, and Andraste was married to Mafarath. Never mind what I was going to say. I was going to say... You know the one from The Lion King? I was going to say him. Mufasa. I was going to say Andraste was married to Mufasa. She wasn't. Yeah, Mafarath. So she was married to a chieftain. Boudica was married to a Celtic king, right? And in the Boudica legend, he's a client king of the Romans. So what that means is, when the Romans invaded, rather than just like killing everybody or enslaving everyone, they would, because the Celts were tribal, so there were lots of kings all over the place, they would let those kings kind of carry on ruling their particular kingdom if they paid them a lot of taxes. So you had certain kings who sort of like went, you know, okay, fine, you're here now, I'm not going to fight you and I'll pay you these taxes if you leave me alone, right? Can you feel the dogs born tonight? Oh, God. I'm trying to explain Celtic history here. Right, so anyway, Boudica was married to a client king of the Romans, right? And then basically what happened was, I mean, this is all off the top of my head, I can't remember the details, but basically what happened was, the Romans raised the taxes, and I think the Romans raised the taxes and the Celts couldn't pay or wouldn't pay, so then the Romans came in and they killed Boudica's husband. They raped her daughters in front of her. That's a big part of the story. And I'm not laughing about that. I'm laughing about the Lion King. And then Boudica raised an army and sort of like marched against them, blah, 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 blah. Right? And then you've got the Dragon Age legend of Andraste, the details of which I have forgotten, but I know she's married to Mafarath, who is the chieftain. And they raise an army and go and fight the Tevinter, and the Tevinter are basically the Romans, and Boudica raised an army to fight the Romans. You know what I mean? And both redheads. Although in the first game she was meant to be blonde, wasn't she? And then they changed their minds and decided she was a redhead. Both had daughters. Both religious leaders. That's another thing. Whether it was a religious title. There you go. There was just, when I was comparing them, there was just so much similarity. And then the fact that Andraste is a goddess associated with the Boudica legend. I just find it so interesting because Boudica's quite a controversial figure. Like, there's a lot of different ways to take her. Some people sort of see her as this great hero who rose up against the tyranny of the Roman Empire. But in the stories, I mean, there's the whole capturing Roman women and sexually mutilating them before sacrificing them to a goddess. Whether or not that actually happened, who knows. But it's in the story. And also, like, in the story she did things like, she would wait until the army was out of a city, like if they were marching somewhere, and then she would attack the city when it was undefended. So the people she was killing were mostly like women and children and the elderly and the infirm and people like that. And like I say, bearing in mind that the sources that we have for her were written by Romans, but they do portray her as being quite barbaric. Like, even by Celtic standards. Even by Roman standards, and the Romans were possibly the most barbaric people ever. So, you know. I mean, I think it's quite funny that they sort of considered themselves the height of civilization when, like, I mean, technologically they were very advanced, but morally, these are the people who would just casually crucify hundreds of slaves at a time just because they felt like it. It would be like a particular public holiday or something, and they'll be like, oh, let's just execute several hundred slaves. Really? When you get into some of the stuff that the Romans did, you're like, bloody hell. Friggin' monsters. Oh dear. Anybody know how many viewers we have? Because I can't see. It's quite liberating. Come back and tell me we've got 55 viewers and I'll be like, what? Fred and viral effects are the only ones really sticking it out in the chat. You've got to be a real hardcore Magpie fan to stick out a live stream like this. Just talk about shit. I always end up talking about history. And sometimes I think, 4 viewers, wow, that's quite good. Gordon Fred. Sometimes I think, because like I'm not a historian, I'm not even vaguely academic. I left school when I was 16. I just listen to a lot of podcasts and read a lot of books. I don't really know what I'm talking about. I just repeat what I've heard other people say. And sometimes I think you really shouldn't be spouting all of this stuff. But then I like, it's interesting, isn't it? I find it interesting. I find history interesting. What I also find interesting is I find it interesting the way different historians interpret things differently. I think that's really interesting. Because when you listen to a lot of history podcasts, you'll hear the same topics coming up. Welsh Fred's still here, hello. Glad you're sticking it out with me. Yeah, you'll hear like the same topics coming up, but in relation to different things, if you see what I mean. Like, so for example, you'll listen to a podcast about Henry VIII and hear Anne Boleyn mentioned, and then you'll listen to a podcast about Elizabeth I and hear Anne Boleyn mentioned. And, you know, so you hear the same people coming up, but in different sort of ways. And sometimes different historians will have vastly different interpretations of things. And, like, everything's open to interpretation. I think it's so interesting. And one of the ones recently that I was thinking about was Catherine Parr. That, yes, the last wife of Henry VIII, the one who survived him. Because there's a bit of controversy around Catherine Parr. And the controversy, right, nobody has a bad word to say about Catherine Parr. When you read about her and things people wrote about her and people's opinions of her, everybody says she was lovely, she was very maternal, she believed very much in women's education, and she used to take in, like, young girls as wards and things like that and make sure they were educated. She was said to be, you know, quite a strong woman. She was loyal. She protected people. She was sensible. Just like lovely. Like everything about her that you read about her, it's like she was lovely. But what was his name? The one that she married after Henry VIII. I can't off the top of my head remember his name. Let's Google it. Catherine Parr. Wikipedia. Wikipedia never lies. You shush your little squeak hole. No. No. Come on, internet. Work. Oh, you can see her in the background. Oh, I moved the wrong way. Stop! They can see you! They can see you. Catherine Parr, Queen of England and Ireland. Spouses. Yeah, so she had 2 husbands before Henry VIII. Then she was married to Henry... Thomas Seymour, that's it. How could I possibly forget that? So, yes. And Thomas Seymour... probably sexually abused Elizabeth I before she was queen. Which is one of the things why they say she probably wasn't a virgin queen, because Thomas Seymour was probably sexually abusing her. So there are... because she lived with them when she was a teenager, right? So Elizabeth I, before she was Elizabeth I, when she was Princess Elizabeth, lived with Catherine Parr and Thomas Seymour, right? And Catherine Parr had pretty much always been in love with Thomas Seymour. She was in love with him before she married Henry VIII, but then she had to marry Henry VIII because Henry VIII decided he wanted to marry her, and you don't argue with Henry VIII, otherwise you get your head chopped off, or other terrible things done to you. And you sort of get the impression she was quite smitten with him, in a sort of like, couldn't see his flaws kind of a way, do you know what I mean? So yes, Elizabeth I, when she was a teenager, before she was queen, lived with Catherine Parr and Thomas Seymour, because Catherine Parr used to just take in young girls, you know. Which, with what I'm about to say next, sounds a little bit suspicious. So Thomas Seymour was probably sexually abusing her. There are, like, accounts from servants and things like that, that he used to climb into bed with her and she didn't want him to. He would, like, tickle her, and there's one bit where he rips her dress and things like that. Just things that make you uncomfortable. But interestingly, I don't think there's any mention of him doing that to any of the other various young girls who would have been living in the house, as far as I know. But there's one account that says Catherine Parr, and I think it's the one where he rips Elizabeth's dress, right? And he's struggling with her, and he's trying to something, and he rips her dress while Catherine holds her, right? And there's huge debate over what that means. Like, is Catherine intervening and trying to, like, protect her from him? Or is she, like, complicit in it, as in she's holding her down while he does whatever he wants? And what's so interesting is, different historians have completely different interpretations. Like, some of them just say, we don't know what that means, right? Others say, well, obviously Catherine was trying to protect her. And others say, well, yeah, well, Catherine just kind of joined in with the abuse. And it's so interesting because it depends which historian you're listening to, what sort of impression that you get. Because there was one I was listening to, and she just outright said, yeah, Catherine Parr joined in with the abuse of Elizabeth. And yet you'll listen to another one who goes, well, that might not be what it means. So it's interesting because you view history through who you're hearing it from. Which, you know, and you also view it like through your own biases and things. And you have things like how different historical figures are perceived differently in different times. That's a big one. Like, so Anne Boleyn is a big one. I mean, there are so many different versions of Anne Boleyn depending on who you listen to. Like, is she the scheming witch who tricked Henry VIII into marrying her and made him break from Rome and all of that kind of stuff? Or is she the wonderful feminist figure who, you know, blazed her own trail and just sort of accidentally ended up in a bit of a mess? You know. But people sort of like change depending on you know, which society is looking at them and which person is looking at them. It's so weird. It's so interesting. I think that's just one of the reasons why I find history so interesting. I just... so interesting, isn't it? So interesting. There's cat hair in my cheesecake. Fuck's sake. You know what? I'm surprised I don't cough up hairballs. The amount of cat hair I must just ingest on a daily basis with it just getting into my food. So yes, I always try to keep an open mind. Because the truth is, unless you were in the room and saw what happened, you never really know with history. Modern audiences often read into the history. See what they want to see, I think that was meant to say, Fred. Yeah, you do, because I mean you do, you see what you want to see. But in some ways that's kind of fine. I mean, it's not when, you know, you're outright fabricating stuff to make it seem different to what it was. But just having a different interpretation, especially when it's like I say with Anne Boleyn, a lot of history has massively condemned her and made her out to be this sort of evil, scheming shrew, which I don't think she was. Whereas now, people sort of hold her up as this kind of heroine, and they do see her as this wonderful, feminist, very ahead of her time kind of character. You know, I think in some ways, once you become a historical figure like that, it's not necessarily related to who the actual person was anymore. She's almost more become like a mythological kind of figure. And mythological figures do change and move as they move through different cultures. That's another thing I find so fascinating, is the way religions and mythologies borrow from each other, and cultures borrow from each other. Like, there are characters and stories in the Bible that can be traced back to ancient Mesopotamia. Like, long before Christ ever walked the earth or anybody even dreamed up the concept of Christianity. And it's like, you've got things like the Romans borrowed a lot from the Greeks. You've got the Egyptians borrowed from both the Romans and the Greeks. You've got all these mythologies that mix and mingle, and then they go back even further. Like, there's so much you can trace back to ancient Mesopotamia. And so, like, there's certain mythological figures who sort of begin in ancient Mesopotamia, and then they split off and go in different directions. They'll go to Greece, they'll go to Rome, they'll go to Egypt, they'll go to Judaism, and eventually Christianity. And each one has a different version of the same thing that all came from one source, but might even have come from something before that that we don't even know about. Isn't that so interesting? The way cultures mingle and mix and borrow from each other. People sometimes see the old royal queens as feminist heroes, in part because they want feminist heroes today. Yeah, that is probably true, but they might have been feminist heroes. Like, there were, what's her name? Oh, the one who wrote the book about, the victims of Jack the Ripper. It's a brilliant book. It's called The Five, and it was about the victims of Jack the Ripper. Because most books about Jack the Ripper are about Jack the Ripper, like trying to find out who Jack the Ripper was. And she made the argument that it doesn't matter who Jack the Ripper was. He doesn't deserve any attention. We should focus on his victims. What's her name, man? And she's just brought out a new one as well. a new book about Dr. Crippen, which I haven't read yet. Hallie Rubenhall, that's her. And she makes a big argument that more women need to look at the archive, like there should be more women studying history and looking into the archive, because women look at it differently. And they'll read things in the archive differently to the way a man will. And it's not like because women are more observant or more enlightened or anything like that. It's just that when a woman is reading a woman's story, she's going to have a different perspective on it to what a man would. Right. Because everybody, if you're looking at history, you're always going to look at it through your own biases and through your own life experience. Which means you need as diverse a group of people as possible to be looking at it, because every single one of them is going to be able to pick out different things that other people might miss. Do you know what I mean? But isn't it interesting? I just find it so interesting. Like, remember, was it last week we were talking about the nature of reality? Or was it the week before? I think last week we were talking about love and family and life, weren't we? And then the week before we were talking about the nature of reality, as you do. But isn't it interesting how reality warps completely depending on who's interpreting it? And especially when you've got, like, history and how, like, one person can interpret the same thing completely differently to how another person can interpret it. And that's the thing I love about storytelling, like fictional storytelling. That I think if you read a book, if you have like 100 people read the same book, each one of them is going to read it slightly differently. I think when you experience a story, you own the version of the story that you've created by reading it, because you change you can read the same words, but you sort of change the meaning just through the way you interpret it. And that's so interesting, because each of us must have such a unique individual life experience. And in some ways, doesn't that mean that we all live in our own realities? But that's not necessarily a bad thing. I honestly, there's stuff like this just goes through my head all the time. I'm just like, I find it so fascinating, the idea of like how, I don't know. I don't know. What are we talking about now? But yeah, that's one of the reasons why I find history so fascinating. And I think it's because I like stories, and I like the idea of how stories can be interpreted differently by different people and stuff like that. But it's even more interesting when it's history, because it's based on stuff that actually happened. And I say based on, because I don't think you can ever have a completely 100% accurate historical account. I don't think that's possible. Because you can't know what was going through someone's head. That's the thing. And sometimes I think, when they start debating, we hear historians start debating things like, why did that person do the thing they did? And they'll start saying things like, well, or they couldn't have done that thing that they said they did because there's no logical reason why they would do that. And it's like, people do weird shit sometimes. I don't think you can get inside a person's head and rationalise why they did what they did. Especially not somebody who's like been dead for 5,000 years or whatever. I don't know, I just find it really interesting. I find it really interesting. And what I also find interesting is, like, in some ways, things don't change that much. When you look at certain periods in history, and that there's things in it that you can recognise that we have, like, the same version of today. Do you know what I mean? Like, Maddie Pelling has a book about, I haven't read it. I don't know, is it out yet? I don't know. don't know if it's actually out. I think it is out. I'm sure I listened to a podcast when she brought it out. But it was about graffiti. Historical graffiti. Maddie Pelling. I find her a little bit annoying, Maddie Pelling. She's one of those people where everything is about the patriarchy. Everything. Everything is about misogyny. Now, a lot is about misogyny, a lot. But to her, everything is. And I don't think everything is about misogyny. Which is always jumping into it, and I'm just like, nah. But again, that's another thing, like, different interpretations by different people. Yes, writing on the wall. Graffiti, rebellion, and the making of 18th century Britain. Yeah, and it was about graffiti, and she was talking on this podcast about how people used to walk around with chalk in their pocket because they would write things on walls quite often. And if you, like, called on a friend and they weren't in, you couldn't text them, obviously, because you didn't have a mobile phone, so you would write a note on their door in chalk, right? And it was really interesting. But she was talking about how people would write things on the walls, like political statements or something like that. And then other people would reply under them, right? And as she was talking about it, I thought, it's basically Twitter. As she was explaining it, I was like, that's 18th century Twitter you're talking about there. And I don't know, even things like influencers. You know, now they talk about influencers who go on Instagram, right? They have always been a thing throughout all of history. You go back to ancient Rome and you can find people who were influencers. It just takes different forms depending on what technology is available to you at the time. But, like, you just see the same things happening over and over again, just in different ways. See what I mean? Sometimes you look at something like ancient Rome and it's so recognisable, so much of it. You sort of think, so little changes in some ways. And people don't change, I don't think. I think people are always just people. Across cultures and times. Values sometimes change, although not as much as I think you'd necessarily think. But people are always people. You can always recognise the humanity. And the flaws. And just the you can always, I don't know. People have always been people, I think. Interesting. And you know the thing that really, really blows my mind when you start reading about history and stuff. I was going to say studying history. I feel like that's a bit of a strong word for what I do. I listen to podcasts usually while I'm baking biscuits. One of the things that really blows my mind is just think for a minute about the amount of people across the whole of human history, the amount of people who have lived. The amount of lives that have been lived across all of human history. That blows my mind when you think about what a life consists of. Everything that makes up a life. Like laughter and love and hate and pain and joy and friendship and sex and fear and rivalry and just all the things that make up a life, the amount of lives that have been lived, mostly unrecorded and forgotten. Like, just think of the things that make up your own life, how full your own life is, even if you have a relatively boring life, like I have a relatively boring, uneventful life, and still it's a life that's full. It's full of experiences and people and lessons learned and emotions and all of that. Just how many lives there have been. And when you start thinking about that, I think it always particularly hits with me when you read about things like, well, two things. One is like mass genocides. And the other is people who have their lives taken from them, not necessarily through death, but like people who were put in asylums and things like that, or people who were put in like the Magdalene asylums and things. The last of which closed in, I think it's 1992. It was in the 90s. I know that because I know there's living survivors of the Magdalene asylums, which I find terrifying because it's really not that far in the distant past, and it could happen again. Because I don't know, it completely, because life is so precious and it's so unique to each individual person. Each individual person's life and life experience is so unique and such a valuable thing. And when you read about things like when I was reading about the Romans and how they would just casually just like, oh, we're just going to execute 600 slaves now because it's somebody's birthday. It's somebody really important. It's their birthday. We're going to sacrifice 600 slaves because we feel like it. That sort of thing. And you just think that's 600 lives. Like, people who feel things and have dreams and hopes and friends and family and fears. And it absolutely blows my mind. And when you read about things like wars and stuff, when they go off to war and they die, especially when they're really young. And I know I've heard them talk about World War One, the amount of people who died, and it was like the amount of young men who died, and it was like a generation of talent had been wiped out, because among those young, mostly teenage boys who died, there would have been artists and musicians and actors and writers and engineers and scientists who never got to be. And like stuff like that, just, I don't know, it completely, sometimes you just sit and you just like, you know when you just sit and try to fathom something and you just can't? Yeah. Blows my mind. Life was cheap in those ancient days. Yeah, but life isn't cheap. Even in a world where lives are bought and sold for little money, it doesn't mean life is cheap. No one's life is cheap. To the person themselves. I mean, you only get one, probably. I mean, I personally do quite heavily believe in reincarnation, so maybe you don't. But you probably only get one shot at the one you're currently living. Honestly, these are the thoughts that go through my brain on a daily basis. Well, not on a daily basis, I'd go mad, but you know, on a daily basis, I mostly think about chocolate and cats. What I'm going to eat later. That's what I think about on a daily basis. I also find it quite tragic when people are executed. I'm weirdly fascinated by execution. Execution's such an interesting thing. Because people have been executed in all sorts of cultures across all sorts of eras for different reasons. And the reason is very rarely punishment, or at least not solely. It's usually more complicated than that. But I think there's something about execution that's just so... It's such an odd thing to do, I think, to execute someone. It's one of those things that you're just sort of like, what? Why? I don't know. It's one of those things, you know, when you just can't quite understand something and it makes you really curious about it. But what I mean, I know I cannot remember what time period it was, but I know like they used to have execution days in Britain, which were like public holidays. I think there was like 5, 6, 7, something like that in a year. Execution days, where the condemned would be paraded through the streets, and it was like a public holiday, and everybody, you know, all the shops would close and everybody would go out in the street and get drunk and watch the condemned being paraded through the streets, and they would be taken from pub to pub. So the people who were going to be executed were taken to all the pubs, so they would get drunk before they were going to be executed, and they were sort of paraded around and stuff like that, and it was this whole big spectacle, and then they would watch them all get executed, right? But the reason behind it wasn't really to punish the people who were being executed. It was more like propaganda. It was publicity. It was to say the crown has all of this power. The monarch can decide who lives and who dies, so you should probably obey the laws. That's kind of what it was about. It wasn't really about punishing the actual people. And then there was another one I was reading about, I think earlier than that. I can never remember exactly which time period. Where they were talking about execution wasn't about punishment, it was about redemption. Because they had this idea of an honourable death, and if you died an honourable death, you'd get into heaven. So if you'd done something illegal or sinful or whatever, you would be given a chance to confess and repent, and if you confessed and repented, they would grant you an honourable death. And execution was an honourable death, depending what type of execution you had. But if you were hung or beheaded, that was an honourable death, and you would get into heaven. And that was the idea. It wasn't about punishment, it was about redemption. It was about giving people the chance to sort of say, yes, I did this thing and I'm really sorry about it. And they would go, wonderful, now we're going to kill you and you'll get into heaven. That was the idea. It wasn't about punishing people. Although, to be fair, I often wonder how much they really genuinely believed in stuff like that. Like the actual normal common people walking around. Did they actually believe, like, oh, I've been redeemed and now I'll get into heaven? Or did they sort of think, no, this is definitely a punishment? But that was like the intention behind it. It was meant to be seen as like a wonderful, righteous thing. I just find it really interesting and really tragic when people are executed. There's something about execution that I don't know, it just doesn't sit right with me. Whenever I'm hearing about people who are executed, or reading about it, or even like watching it on a TV series or something like that, there is something about execution that I'm just like, I don't know, I don't like it. It's odd. Especially like when it's just people who were in the wrong place at the wrong time. Like Lady Jane Grey is one, when they put her on the throne to try and stop Mary taking the throne. And of course Mary raised an army and marched on London. And Lady Jane Grey, she was only 16. A very strong-willed 16-year-old by all accounts. Like, you know, she wasn't some innocent little victim like she's sometimes portrayed to be. She was very, very strong-willed. And perfectly prepared to become queen if she had to. But of course Mary raised this army and defeated her, and Mary became queen. And she was originally going to let Jane live, so long as Jane completely renounced all claim to the throne, right? She was quite happy to let Jane live. But Jane's father, I think, tried to raise a coup, a rebellion against Mary to put Jane back on the throne, and Jane had nothing to do with it, but her father did. And because her father was sort of part of this conspiracy to try and kill Mary and put Jane back on the throne, Jane was kind of tainted by association. And once they put this rebellion down, her advisors basically said, you have to kill Jane, you can't let her live. Because if you let her live, people are going to use her to try and get rid of you, right? Even if she's got nothing to do with it. And Mary, by all accounts, Mary really didn't want to, but she ended up having to have Jane executed. And you think, like, Jane was 16. 16! And she ends up being executed and having her whole life taken from her. Just because of, like, a... What's the word I'm looking for? Just because she was born who she was, you know what I mean? It's stuff like that, I just think... I mean, Christ. I mean, I know people grew up quicker back then, but bloody hell, when I think I was 16, I wasn't even really me yet. Do you know what I mean? Imagine being executed at 16. Jesus. Anyway, stuff like that blows my mind. I tell you what else blows my mind. It's like the things some people have lived through. I mean, not necessarily even historically, but like, you know, in the modern day as well, people live through unbelievable things. But like, when you read about... Although sometimes I wonder, will one day they look back and say, oh my God, I can't believe they lived through COVID. Whereas, I don't think COVID was that big of a deal. I mean, that's an awful thing to say. I know people died. But do you know what I mean? Like, personally, I don't look back on it as some sort of horrific, traumatic event. It was just a thing that happened. Now, some people will look back on it as a horrific, traumatic event, depending on what your personal experience of it was. But most of us, I don't think, have come out of it particularly traumatised. It was just a thing that happened. But maybe in the future, people will look back and go, oh my goodness, I can't believe they lived through that. Whereas to us, it doesn't feel like that big of a deal, for the most part. New piercing above my right eye. No, this is the piercing that I showed off at the beginning of the year. New Year's Day I got that. I'm pretty sure I showed it off on like the first live stream, I think. But yes, I quite like it. I think I've liked my little eyebrow piercing. I'm thinking about getting the nose done, but I wonder if that'll be one too many. I think, thing is, what I've always thought about me, I'm trying to keep an eye on myself, but show you my... What I've always thought about me, because I always think that to really get away with a nose piercing, you have to have quite an elegant nose. Like a nice, long, slim, elegant nose. My nose is a bit like a squashed tomato. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like my nose, but I just don't know whether it would suit a nose piercing. I like everything about myself, to be honest. There's no point not liking it. Can't change it. Unless you go down the plastic surgery route, but no. No. Not, you know, you're not touching my body. Fine as it is, thank you very much. I don't understand the people who go and get, like, tummy tucks and... Especially when they go to, like, Turkey. Like, they go abroad and stuff like that to get liposuction and stuff. And I just love yourself. You might as well. Nobody's perfect. For heaven's sake, I grow a beard. Because I've got... That was something that came through my door. Oh, it'll be my Amazon parcel. Because I've got polycystic ovarian syndrome, so I grow a beard, you see. Fuck it. Who cares? Might as well just go with it. The only reason I don't let it grow, actually, is because I don't like the feel of it. So I shave it off. But I mean, you can still see it. Look, you can see. I don't care. What's the point? What's the point? Can't do anything about it. Unless I paid a lot of money to have it lasered off. I suppose there might be hormonal things they could do, but I don't like stuff that messes with hormones. So, you know. But yeah, you can try it. My little beard. If I do let it grow, honestly, I could make some men jealous. It's quite spectacular. It's not quite... You know the bearded lady in The Greatest Showman? It's not quite like hers. Like hers is an actual beard. But I mean, it's quite impressive if I let it grow. But I used to let it grow when I was a teenager, actually. Because when I was a teen, it started growing when I was probably about 13. So you can imagine being a 13-year-old girl who grows a beard, right? But you know when teenage boys first start growing their beard and it's really soft? That's what it was like. It was really soft. And I just used to let it grow. Because I used to think, it was like, fuck it. They're going to take the piss whatever I do. I'm a 13-year-old girl who's growing a beard. They're going to take the piss whatever I do. So, I just used to let it grow. But now it's gone, it's much coarser now. It's horrible. I don't like the feel of it. That's why I shave it off. It's not because I'm particularly bothered about it. There's a woman who comes in the shop, actually, who grows a beard. I mean, I know a lot of women do get facial hair, particularly after a certain age. But that's different to growing a full beard like what I do. But there is a woman who comes in the shop who I think must have polycystic ovarian syndrome as well, because she does just grow a full beard and she lets it grow and she just comes in with a beard. And I'm just like, do you know what? Good on you. If you want to have a beard, have a beard. Why not? I just don't like the feeling. Because I do let it grow sometimes for a little bit just to give the skin a break. And honestly, I'm just like, just get it off. Fred's hair started to turn grey at 16 years old. Wow. Did you have a particularly stressful childhood, Fred? My mum's fella, he had a stroke and his hair went white overnight. Not interesting. His hair is completely white now, but he went white overnight. Like, he went from dark brown to white overnight. And I've heard of that happening with, like, stress as well. I know there's a girl I work with whose brother died quite young, and she said that her dad's hair went white overnight from the shock. From the shock of his son dying, his hair went white. Isn't that mental that that can happen? Can that happen to women? Because I've only ever heard of it happening to men. Shock making your hair go white. Family trait as well. I think grey hair can be quite nice. Like, I think when I start to go grey, I like to think I'll just let it go. Although in my family, people typically go white rather than grey. I mean, my mum is going grey, I'll be honest. My mum's going grey, but my grandma went white. And my grandma's sister, she's gone white. I think white hair. I think I could look quite nice with white hair, you know. Or I like it when, you know, when you see them and they get the grey streak. And they just let it, they just keep it. They just like, just keep the grey streak. I'd look alright with a grey streak. I look fine, man. Gotta embrace yourself however you are, with all your little oddities. Grey hair is definitely better than losing it, says Fred. Fair enough. I always think, look how thin my hair is on top. That's another trait of the polycystic ovaries thing. It's weird. You grow copious amounts of hair in places women are not supposed to, but then your actual hair is thin. It's like, for fuck's sake. But it's alright. Welsh friend says, one of my sisters used to have one lock of blonde hair in the front of her brunette hair. Oh, what, naturally? Was it naturally like that? That's pretty cool. See, I love things like that. I love how we're all different. Little lumps and bumps and birthmarks and things and hair that grows places it shouldn't. The only thing I'm slightly not keen on is I do get hair on my back. And I not like the full back, but across the top. There, I get it. And I don't like that. And I think it just makes the skin not very nice as well, because you do shave it off. But then that makes the skin not very nice. And like, I would never wear anything backless. Do you know what I mean? Or anything, even things that like are low cut in the back. Because I just don't think I've got enough. I've also got a scar between my shoulder blades. And it's not like a nice sexy scar, it's kind of an ugly scar. So, the only thing I slightly don't like about myself is my back. Just slightly, but I wouldn't say that I like torture myself over it or anything. I'm quite keen on the idea of getting like a full back tattoo. I thought that would be quite cool. If I got something like I mean, because it's me, it would be something like a dragon battle or something like that. Something really colourful and like just a colourful fantasy scene or something like that. I would have to save up a lot of money. But I've always thought that would be quite cool. Or even just get the upper back done. And then I could wear like low cut tops in the back. Show off my sexy back tattoo. And it's like, it wouldn't really matter. You wouldn't notice if there was hair growing over it, would you? cover up the scar as well. I'm quite keen on that idea. Are you sure you're not a werewolf, says Washington? I wonder sometimes, honestly. It's not really thick. Like, some women who have polycystic ovaries have it, like, really badly. Really badly, bless them. Like, across the whole body, just, like, thick black hair. I'm not quite that bad. But, I mean, I do get it. I do have to shave places most people probably don't. But, fuck it. Well, it is, isn't it? I'm healthy enough. I can walk. I can breathe. I can eat. What can you ask for? As Fred says, I look adorable, so you know, what does it matter? Ooh, that bit of cheesecake fell on the desk. The very not clean, covered in cat hair bit of the desk. We might not eat that bit of cheesecake. I might leave that bit of cheesecake. Star can have that bit of cheesecake. I can see Magpie getting a full back tattoo of Tanky Tit Willow in her underwear smashing things with a hammer. Oh my god. That is the best idea I've ever heard in my life. I'm trying to lean in to get a better view of myself, but it's not where I would have to lean in here. Hello. But then I can't see. I need an eye here so I can look there. What should we talk about now? How long have we been going? Like an hour and a half, I think. We might get to the full 4 hours. I was saying we won't get to the full 4 hours if I'm not playing The Outer Worlds. We'll probably still be here at bloody 11 o'clock at night, man. Just talking about shit. You know me, when I get started, you can't stop me. I sometimes think it's because of the social anxiety. I'm not always very chatty, like, when there's a person actually in front of me. But I find just talking like this quite easy. So this is where I get out all of the stuff I want to say. I've eaten the cheesecake. I'm not going to eat the cream eggs. The cheesecake is at that, you know where you're at that point where you're like, I don't feel sick yet, but if I eat anything else I will. That's where I'm at the minute, and I don't want the cream eggs. I'm pleased it was cream eggs I bought, actually, because they're so sickly. The idea of eating them right now, when I'm full, is just making me go, oh, no. Whereas if it was anything else, I mean, you know me, I would just eat it anyway and make myself feel sick. Because I'm like that. So, what should we talk about now? What should we talk about now? What's been happening? Anything been happening in the world? You know I don't watch the news. Still watching Desperate Housewives. I'm still very much enjoying it. I was afraid that Desperate Housewives was going to be the kind of show that would be good for a couple of seasons and then just go completely fucking mental bananas. Because it's one of those shows that treads the line between being sort of like mad in an entertaining way and just being mad. And shows like that usually tip over at some point into the, no, you've gone too far and now it's just got a little bit silly. But I'm on to season 4 and it's still holding up pretty well. I'm quite enjoying it. I got to the tornado episode. I really enjoyed the tornado episode. That was fun. That's all I have to say about Desperate Housewives. Do you actually know? I've got more to say about Desperate Housewives. Do you know what I really like about Desperate Housewives? It's a very accurate portrayal of female friendship, I think. And I love an accurate portrayal of female friendship. or friendship generally, not necessarily just female friendship, but personally, I think you do have a different kind of friendship with women. I think. Maybe not. That's maybe not a universal truth, but... But it's very... I think sometimes, quite often, when you see women being friends in TV shows, and this is one of the reasons why I never watched Desperate Housewives for so long, because I thought it would be like this. They're often quite bitchy, and they'll end up falling out over things like men. They'll fall for the same man, and then they get into catfights in the street, and it's just a bit like, oh, really? Come on, man, how? And it's not like that at all. It's very... I think it's very accurate, or at least it's accurate to my experience of what having a group of female friends is like. And that, like, yes, they do annoy each other, and they do sometimes fall out, but they usually resolve it within an episode, because, and you can see the love that underlies it all. And when you have true love that holds friends together, when they annoy each other and fall out over stuff and maybe don't always treat each other so well, you can forgive. There's always like remorse on one side and forgiveness on the other side, and it all gets resolved and stuff like that. Because the truth is, like, I don't think you ever can. People always mistreat each other, and not necessarily deliberately, and not necessarily in a malicious way. But people do let each other down a little bit sometimes, or disappoint each other, or annoy each other, and things like that. But if you have true, genuine love and affection and care that underpins it, it can be, you know, it. Do you know what I'm trying to say? I don't know, but yeah, and I'm really enjoying how well they're portraying it, and the fact, because things when they're doing female friendship, they go one way or the other. They do like the whole bitchy, they stab each other in the back and fall for the same man and constantly conspire against each other kind of thing. Or they're perfect, wonderful, and love each other and everything's brilliant and they never upset each other at all. And neither of those are accurate. But the way that the friendships are being portrayed in Desperate Housewives is so... It's very true to what my experience is of having female friends anyway. I'm really enjoying it. And I honestly thought, I keep thinking at some point they're going to fuck it up and they're going to make them all massively fall out with each other and they're not going to reconcile. Because they always do that in shows where you have female friends. And I'm just like, that's not what happens. Gabby was viral effects' childhood crush. Yeah, Gabby is incredibly beautiful, yes. She is stunningly beautiful. Yes. What are other good series / films about female friendship? Well, the early seasons of... I'm going to have to go blow my nose in a minute. The early seasons of Golden Girls did a very good job. The later seasons... I think from like series 4 onwards, not so much, because what they did very well at showing was the kind of like the playful banter, like the bickering that goes on, but it's not genuine arguing, it's bickering and like playful insults and stuff like that, and that kind of like annoying each other but loving each other anyway sort of thing. They did that really well in the early seasons. Then I think, yeah, from about season 4 onwards, they tipped too far into there were points where they were just genuinely being vile to each other. Like, I mean, I know it's a sitcom and they were doing it for laughs, but there were points where I'm sitting there going, wow, they're actually just making them be complete bitches to each other. Like, you know, but certainly the early seasons, I would say, does a very good job. I'm trying to think of what else. Anything written by Sally Wainwright usually does a really good job of not just female friendship, but just interpersonal relationships generally. I think Happy Valley is a big one, but also Last Tango in Halifax. I think everybody should watch Last Tango in Halifax because I think it is the most accurate portrayal of family life. I think of just like the way families are in their sort of weird, dysfunctional kind of everybody's thrown in together sort of a way, and they all have to find a way to rub along. Last Tango in Halifax is absolutely brilliant. Everything that Sally Wainwright writes is absolutely brilliant, but Last Tango in Halifax is absolutely brilliant. Cagney and Lacey, that's a classic. Their friendship was very well portrayed, I thought. Never heard of Sally Wainwright. So Sally Wainwright writes a lot of British TV. I know Happy Valley made it across the Atlantic. That was a police drama. Best police drama you'll ever watch. Absolutely have to watch Happy Valley. Last Tango in Halifax. She wrote Scott and Bailey, which was basically a British version of Cagney and Lacey. It wasn't as good as Cagney and Lacey, I'll be honest. Cagney and Lacey's better than Scott and Bailey was. But Scott and Bailey is very good. She wrote Gentleman Jack as well, which got cancelled. I think it got cancelled because the BBC weren't producing it on their own, were they? They had like an international partner. Was it HBO that they were producing it with? I can't remember. There was some international partner, and the international partner pulled out, and the BBC couldn't keep it up on their own. What else has Sally Wainwright written? I know she used to write for Coronation Street, and they always talk about Sally Wainwright. They say that her particular skill is that she writes really realistic dialogue. And she does, like the way her characters talk, they talk like actual real people talk. Like it's like listening to an actual conversation. And I read an interview with her once, and she said that when she was a child, she used to just sit and listen to people talk, and she would write down things that they said. And I used to do that as well. And I still actually find it fascinating just to sit and watch people talk, and the way conversations flow, and the way different people communicate with each other. And I don't know if it comes from the social anxiety, because I am very, like, hyper aware in social situations. I'm very, very aware of, like, people's facial expressions and exactly what people are saying and stuff like that, and things. But I find it fascinating just to sit and watch people talk. Sally Wainwright. I'm sure she wrote something else big that I'm forgetting about. But yes, I think Coronation Street, not so much now, but it used to be really good at just having characters sitting talking, and the conversations that they were having sounded like real conversations that like actual people would have. Sally Wainwright, let's have a look. She not brought out one recently, I'm sure she has. Yeah, she used to write for Coronation Street and Emmerdale. Oh, she wrote some of Unforgiven, interesting. Yeah. 2011 she wrote Scott and Bailey. Then Last Tango in Halifax. Happy Valley, which is the one that gets the most acclaim, but I think Last Tango in Halifax is the best one. In 2016, Wainwright was made a Fellow of the Royal Television Society. Well. She wrote and directed a 2-hour drama special for BBC One entitled To Walk Invisible, about the Bronte family. Oh well. Gentleman Jack, she wrote. Ah, her female... sake, I can't talk. Her female-led highway woman epic Renegade Nell streamed on Disney Plus from 29th of March 2024, apparently. In 2024, filming began on her series Riot Women, about a collection of women who form a band in Yorkshire. That was the one I'm thinking of, Riot Women. Riot Women is an upcoming British television series written by Sally Wainwright and produced by Drama Republic. In Riot Women, we dive headfirst into the world of 5 women who come together to create a makeshift punk rock band in order to enter a local talent contest, but in writing their first original song soon discover that they have a lot to say, and this is their way to say it. As they juggle demanding jobs, grown-up children, complicated parents, husbands who've buggered off, disastrous dates and relationships, the band becomes a catalyst for change in their lives, and it's going to make them question everything. The 6-part series is a testament to the power of friendship, music, and the resilience of women who refuse to be silenced by age or expectation. As the story progresses, it's more than music that binds them. A deeply potent, long-buried secret begins to surface, one that unexpectedly entangles Kitty and Beth, the 2 unlikely creative masterminds behind the band, in a complex triangle and threatens to tear everything apart. Well, doesn't that sound exciting? For female friendships, you can't leave out Charmed and Xena Warrior Princess, neither of which I have seen. Yes, I love a good friendship in a story. When it's like accurately portrayed in all of the complexities and beautifulness that friendships have. This is Spinal Tap, best movie about male friendship, says Fred. I've never seen that either. I do like seeing male friendships portrayed as well. I always liked, that was something Coronation Street did well. It actually still does do well to a point. Coronation Street isn't what it used to be. I got back into watching it briefly. And it's not what it used to be. Right? It always used to be good at just having, like, even in amongst all of the crazy storylines and stuff, it had moments of just, like, real people just doing the weird shit that real people do. Because, of course, when Coronation Street first started, that's literally what it was. There weren't storylines and murderers and love affairs and any of that. It was just a bunch of people living on a street. And you could go back and watch some of the old episodes of Coronation Street on YouTube. And in some ways they're really boring, but they're so interesting to watch because it really is just like, there's a whole episode where Ken just makes a hot pot. That's literally it. Like, he's just like, oh, I fancy making a hot pot, so I'm going to go to the shop and buy the stuff to get a hot pot, and while I'm there I'm just going to catch up on the local gossip with some people. It's just like, it's so interesting. And now it's all like murderers and love affairs, and you're just like, oh. Coronation Street, the one that's been on for 60 years. It's definitely been on for a long time. It was the first ever soap opera, and is therefore the longest running soap opera in the world, Coronation Street. And it used to be live. Every episode was live. It went out live. It was broadcast live. So when you watch some of the old episodes on YouTube, it's interesting because sometimes, like, they'll trip over their lines and things like that, but it was live, so they couldn't just do another take. And I think that adds to the realness of it. That, like, you know, people do sometimes stumble over what they're saying. You will know that if you've ever watched one of my live streams. And it's very interesting. And there's one scene where it's Pat Phoenix, who played Elsie Tanner. And it's a scene where she's walking through. It's in the old version of the Rovers. The Rovers used to have, like, a partition, a door across it. The Rovers is the pub in Coronation Street, and in the old version of the Rovers it had like a partition. You had to go through the door to get to a different part of it, and Pat Phoenix is walking through the... So she's been talking to someone. I think she was talking to Betty at the bar, right? And then the scene moves and she walks and goes through the door and the cameraman is following her, right? Through the door. So she goes through the door, the cameraman's following her. And then there's like a group of people already in the next room and the scene focuses in on them and Pat Phoenix just moves off to the side. And as she's walking through the door and the cameraman's following her, he hits her in the back with the camera, right? And because it's live, she has to just keep going. So he hits her in the back with the camera and she keeps going and they go through the door and it focuses on this new scene, right? And she's off to the side and she turns and gives the cameraman this look. And it's honestly, it's so funny. The clip's on YouTube. I might put the link in the Discord. But if you just look at her and see the look that she gives the cameraman, it's quite funny. Pat Phoenix was such a legend, wasn't she? She was one of those proper old school national treasures. Right, Pat Phoenix. Ooh, that's not how you spell Phoenix. Camera? Let's have a look. Camera hitting the back of Pat Phoenix. It's only 23 seconds long, this clip. Share. Copy. Put it in the Discord. There you go. Pop that in the Discord for you. It's quite funny. I love watching old clips of Coronation Street though. Like the TV was so different back then. Classic Corrie. Can't beat classic Corrie, can you? Yeah. What should we talk about now? We're going to be here all night, you know. This live stream is going to be longer than a normal live stream. I'm just going to sit here and talk. We might never play a game on this channel ever again. This might be the live streams from now on. Gaming channel? What do you mean gaming channel? What are you talking about? One thing I know of Corrie was that one of the dudes from Boyzone was in it. Yes! He was the one who played Kieran, wasn't he? Those were the days when Michelle used to be in it. Oh, do you remember Michelle? I liked Michelle. Not in it anymore. Carla's still in it. I think Carla will always be in it. I think Carla will never leave. Like Charity in Emmerdale. Charity will always be in Emmerdale. Chaz and Charity, they are never going to leave Emmerdale. And Kane. Those other three, they'll just always be there. I've got such a crush on Charity, you know. And Carla, actually, from Corrie. Carla's voice, she's got this lovely, deep, gravelly kind of... I mean, that usually means somebody who, like, did drugs in their youth. I don't know if Alison King did drugs in her youth. I'm not trying to say that she did, but it's just like when people have that lovely, deep, gravelly kind of voice that Carla does. I love the soaps. I think the soaps are so unique. I mean, I don't really watch them anymore, but I think it's such a unique thing, the soaps. They're so, like, even people who don't watch them still know who most of the characters are. They're that iconic. It's like, yeah. And I love it when they do things where, like, it's quite a common thing in the soaps, where if they've got a long-running character who they're killing off, they'll bring back a character that's already been killed off, who comes back as like a ghost to sort of take them away. So my favourite was when Vera came back to get Jack in Coronation Street. When Vera, they'd already killed Vera off, hadn't they? And Jack was dying. And Vera and Jack had been in Coronation Street forever. They were like the grandparents of the nation. And Vera came back to get Jack. And it's so sweet because Jack's sitting in his chair and he falls asleep, and then he hears Vera's voice and he wakes up and Vera's there. And she's come to get him, and oh, it's so sweet. I rewatch it sometimes. I'm just like, oh, it's so cute. And then they start dancing in front of the fireplace, and it's so cute. And Jack's died, like he's dead. But in his mind, he's dancing with Vera in front of the fireplace. It's like, oh. And then Pat came back to get Peggy in EastEnders. Do you remember? I'm saying, do you remember? Like, I think you all watched EastEnders, but when Peggy died, Pat came back to get her, and that was really sweet because it wasn't like a lover who came back together. It was our best friend who came back together. That was so cute. Like, our best friend came back for her. Particularly because Peggy... Did she have a brain tumour? I can't remember exactly what it was that was wrong with Peggy, but I know she was dying and she decided... She euthanized herself because she didn't want to waste away. And she'd asked Phil to help her. Listen to me just explaining the storyline. And he said no. And then she realised she didn't want to put him through it anyway. So she did it herself. She overdosed on morphine, I think. That was the storyline. But the fact they brought Pat back as a ghost to sit with her was nice because it meant she wasn't alone. I thought it was so sweet when they brought Pat back to get Peggy. Especially because the two actresses were really close friends as well, by all accounts. So I thought it was quite sweet. I'm sure they've done it with other characters as well, where they've brought one back to get the other, but I can't think of any at the minute. I think it's really sad when they die off screen, when they've had a really long running character, and quite often like the actor will get ill or something like that, so they have to send the character off somewhere, and then when the actor dies, they have to kill the character off screen. Like they did that with Deirdre and Corrie. I thought that was awful when they had to kill off Deirdre when what's her name died. What was she called? Who played Deirdre? I can't remember now. And Zach in Emmerdale, they killed him off screen, didn't they? It was quite sad. I think did they kill Vera off screen? I mean, obviously the actress wasn't dead because she came back to get Jack. I can't remember. Actually, when they killed off Pat in EastEnders, Pat who then came back to get Peggy, when they killed Pat off, that was quite traumatic. I didn't like that storyline at all because she had cancer, but it was one of those where like she was fine and then she fell ill and she went to the hospital and they were like, you've got cancer, and about 3 days later she was dead. I didn't enjoy that storyline. That was really horrible. It was not a nice storyline. I didn't like it. And I thought she was such an iconic character, and I think they just, it was almost like they just did away with her just like that. It was like, oh yeah, she's dead now. I was like, oh come on. You know, I think she deserves better. It does happen though. My mum's dad died like that. He was fine and then he took ill. Went to the hospital and then he was dead. So, you know, I know it does happen, but still, I just think, no. It wasn't a nice storyline. That got a bit depressing. Should we talk about something happy? What should we talk about? What should we talk about? What have we gone through? We've gone through history, the nature of reality, the power of friendship. That's what I was going to say. I mean, I know I'm talking about female friendship when I'm saying I like to see good portrayals of friendship. Do you think there is a significant difference between female friendships and male friendships? Genuinely. Do you think men are friends with each other in a different way to the way women are friends with each other, or do you think not? Because I don't know, because I'm not a man, so I've never experienced male friendship. I mean, I have friends who are men, but not like, I wouldn't say like emotionally close. I don't think I've ever been emotionally close to a man. I think the closest I've ever come to being emotionally close to a man is probably you, Fred. Because we've had some quite in-depth discussions. with each other, but then you're an internet friend. I've never actually met you. Not that I think that internet friends are any less friends, but it's a different kind of friendship, isn't it? But I think male friendship is very rarely portrayed, actually, now I'm thinking about it. Because obviously I've never experienced what male friendship is like as a man, because I'm not a man. And like I say, I've never really been like close friends with a man. Unless you count Fred. But that's a different kind of friendship. Internet friendship is a different kind of friendship. It's no less important, but it's different, you know. Talia's here. Hello, Talia. We gave up on the idea of playing video games because of technical difficulties caused by my cats chewing cables they weren't meant to chew, and now we're just sitting having discussions about life and love and friendship and things. Feel free to bring up any topic you fancy. Anything is on the table. We're just having a chat. This is just, you know, we're just a group of friends who have got together to have a coffee on a Saturday, except I'm drinking tea and we're all in different rooms and many of us are on different continents, but who cares? Welsh friend says, my daughter's best friend is a male. They've known each other since they were 5. It's a different kind of friendship. The dynamic is very different. They're incredibly close. Interesting. I can't imagine being close to a man. I don't know whether that's some failing on my part. I don't know. I can't imagine it. I don't know why. Like, in the way that I would be close to a woman. Being gay might have something to do with it. Who knows? But, I don't know. So many different types of friendship though, isn't it? Even like within, I think every friendship is quite unique in the same way that like romantic relationships are unique. Each one's different. Like, so I've got 2 what I would say best friends, but and the 3 of us are friends together. But like, the dynamic is quite different with each of them. Like, I've got one who's like, she's my what I would call my safe person. She's the person I go to. Like, you know, if something happens, I'm like, I go to her, you know, or if I've even just like if something good happens, I'll go to her. If something bad happens, I go to her. If I've got a juicy bit of gossip, I go to her. She's like my go-to person to just like tell. You know, the person who just like when something happens, they're the first one you want to tell. She's my person for that. And we have a very how do I? Well, I tell you what. Well, my other best friend. We bicker a lot, but we never fall out. We never argue, but we bicker constantly. That's just how we communicate. We're just always like, you know, and just like throwing little insults back and forward and stuff like that. But not in a nasty way. But that's just the way we are. We just like, you know, bicker and argue, and that's just how we are. Whereas with my other best friend, it's not like that at all. It's completely different. It's like the whole method of communication is different. It's a lot more that there isn't really bickering between us, but not in a way that's like, because you wouldn't have, like, you know, you wouldn't have friendly bickering with somebody that you weren't that close to, would you? You would. You know how you're sort of nice to people who you don't like that much? Do you know what I mean? In that sort of polite kind of way. Whereas with people you're closer to, you're more likely to just kind of like, you know... I don't know what I'm trying to say, but it's... I don't know what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is every friendship is very unique, I think. So yeah, I don't know. It's called taking the piss, which you only do with your friends. Yeah, but I mean, I think it's to different degrees. Like my bickery friend, like that is literally how we communicate. We just bicker and try and wind each other up and stuff like that. Whereas with my non-bickery friend, we'll call her, it's not like that at all. It's more, I don't know how to describe it. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Friendship's just what, I don't know, it's one of those things, isn't it? It's so interesting. I'm very interested in a lot of things. You've probably realised by now. I like to just sit and contemplate things. I wonder why things are the way they are. Peaceful. That's a good word, Welsh friend. Yes, it's very easy. It's very, you know when you're with someone and you're like, you can say anything. And you can be in a bad mood and it doesn't matter. You can be, like if you're in a bit of a strop. If sometimes you're in a bit of a strop, but you feel like you have to pretend you're not around most people because people get annoyed when you're annoyed. Do you know what I mean? Or if you're like a bit kind of like, where you have one of those days where you're just like, and you just want to snap at people, but if you actually snap at them, they get angry with you for it. Right. But when you have those people that you can just be annoyed around and they won't, it's fine. You don't have to worry about what you're saying or anything. It's just comfortable. It's just like, people that you can just be with. And it's just like, if I'm in a bad mood, I can just be in a bad mood. And she's not going to take it personally. If I'm in a quiet mood where I don't want to talk that much, she's not going to take it personally. If I'm in a really chatty mood where I just want to, bombard her with information and tell her every little thing that happened the day before, that's fine. She's just going to take it. And it goes both ways, because I think in some way, I think we're quite similar like that. That, sometimes she'll just be in a bad mood. Where she's just in a bad mood, she's just like, and it's fine. It's just it's fine. You can be in a bad mood with me. I don't mind. I don't mind if you're being stroppy. You know what I mean? There's no pressure. There's no you can just be. That's what it's like. It's very nice. It's very yeah. It's one of those. Do you have people who you sometimes sit and think, oh my god, imagine if we'd never met? Do you have those people where you sort of think, imagine if that person had never come into my life? And it's a really scary thought. It's a really that's a horrible thought. She's one of those people. They both are, but her particularly, I think. Because it's the people who you learn from, I think, the people who teach you a lot. You sort of you learn to be a better person from them. Yeah, those people. And the people who, I mean, this is a bit of a cliche, but the people who you're a nicer person when you're around them. Do you know what I mean? I mean, that's the thing you hear people say, where they sort of I'm a better person when I'm with you kind of thing. But there are people like that who are just they bring out the good in you, and then there are people who bring out the bad in you. Stay away from those people if possible. Unfortunately, sometimes you find that you're related to some of those people, and it's rather difficult to get away from them. In my case, but yeah. And I think that's one of the things that as you get older and as you kind of experience more of life and you meet more people, you get better at identifying who the right people are and who the wrong people are. So you don't waste too much time on it, on people who are you can sort of identify the people who bring out the good side of you and the people who bring out the bad side of you, and It doesn't necessarily mean that the people who bring out the bad side of you are awful people. They're just not the right people for you personally. It's one of those things. I feel like I need to blow my nose. Why does my nose get clogged up when I'm talking? I don't know. It's a thing that happens. Is that normal? Is that normal? Do we have any doctors watching? Tell me if that's normal. Oh my god! Right. So I've come to a conclusion. I realised something earlier this week, right? And I'm scared to Google it in case Google tells me that I'm dying or something, right? And I don't know if this is normal or not. So tell me if any of you have ever heard anything like this, right? So this is a bit of a saga, but you know when you pluck in your eyebrows, right? I've always found that... Which side is it? It'll be this side. This side. When I'm plucking my eyebrows, this side hurts more than that side. Right? Noticeably. That side I hardly feel it at all. That side really hurts, right? And that's always just been something... I can't remember how long I've noticed this for, which is the annoying thing. Certainly quite a few years. It's been a while. And it's just one of those things that it's just sort of like, this side hurts more than that side. I wonder why that's a thing, right? Never really thought about it too much, right? Since I've started doing my weight training, I've got stretches that I do every day, right? And when I'm doing my stretches, one of the ones I do is I stretch the thigh muscle and then I stretch the hamstring, right? And it hurts, right? But I'll do this side and then I'll do this side and I do this side and it hurts a little bit. And then I do this side and it really fucking hurts, right? And I've noticed that a few times and I've thought, I wonder why that is. Right? And then... What was it? Oh, after I've done a shift at work and I've been on my feet all day, I usually have sore feet. Not really sore feet, but you know, just sore feet that you have from being on your feet for 8 hours, wandering around a shop, right? This foot always hurts more than this foot, right? And then I was thinking, when I was getting my ears pierced, when I was getting all my piercings, right? I got these ones done first. So I got the snug done. And then I got that helix done. And, yeah, the second lobe ones. And when I got these two done, barely felt them. Barely felt them, right? And I do think that I have quite a high tolerance to pain compared to most people. So, you know, I was sort of, yeah. But the snug in particular, he said that should have been really painful. And, like, hardly felt it. It was fine, right? Then I got these ones done. And the rook, which is meant to be, like, the most painful one that you could get done, to be fair, that nearly killed me, right? And it really surprised me because none of the others had hurt that much, and it really surprised me how much that one hurt. But I have heard people say that the rook is, like, really painful. But even that one that I got done, that little helix there, was, like, noticeably more painful than these ones. And now I've started thinking about it. I'm like, am I missing half my pain receptors on this side of my body or something like that? Because, you know, you start experimenting, right? If I, like, do that and dig my nails in, I feel it more on this side than that side. Like, noticeably. Is that normal? Like I say, I'm scared to Google it in case it's like, oh, you're dying. And I don't know if I've always been like this and I've only just noticed, or if it's like a recent thing. I mean, it can't be that recent because the eyebrow thing is like, that's been years I've known that. But then I know can you not have like a left-sided brain and then a right-sided brain or something? Like, can I just have like more pain receptors on one side of my body compared to the other side? Is that normal? I don't know. Like I say, I'm scared to Google it. Welsh Red, Google it. And if it says I'm dying, don't tell me. That was one of the things that I noticed this week, and I was like, that's weird. And now I've just decided to tell the internet about it. However many people are watching this. I don't know, I can't see the numbers. I don't have my laptop because of me fucking cats. I'm going to have to go and blow my nose in a minute. So, what should we talk about now? This is fun. We should do this more often. Why do we play video games on this channel again? What a silly thing to do. Fred making me laugh in the chat. Yeah, why do we do gaming again? What was the point of that? We should just sit and talk for a while. I feel like I needed this today. I feel like this is the kind of day where I needed to just sit in front of a camera and talk. I don't think I would have been very entertaining playing the Outer Worlds today. I feel like I would have been not on my A game. Sorry, I'm reading what Welsh friend's writing. I think Welsh friend's telling me it's normal. That's good. It was so interesting, and I was like, you know, and you're just like, you're like, have I always felt like this? And just never noticed? Because how would you know? I mean, it's your body. You've got no point of reference. You know, you don't know what it's like to be in somebody else's body, so, you know. Well, there we go. Oh well, I'm probably not dying then. That's good. Study also showed that women were more sensitive to pain than men. Isn't it true that women have twice the pain receptors than men do? Is that a thing? So women do literally feel more pain. In Better Call Saul, there's a character who believes he has an allergic reaction to electricity. It's a real thing in that some people do believe they have this sensitivity, but it's purely in their heads. Ah, you see there, we're back to the nature of reality. Even if it's just in your head, does that actually mean it's not real? Don't I have nice teeth? I often think that when I'm watching these back. Do I have nice teeth? Because I had braces on as a child. That was only because I sucked a dummy until I was like 12. 14, something like that. It was until I got my braces on I sucked a dummy. Otherwise I would probably have had naturally straight teeth. And the thing is, when you get your braces on and they straighten all the teeth out, but they don't stay straight forever. Do you know what I mean? They do eventually start to move as you get older, and my bottom ones are going coggly. See them? Going coggly. I don't think I have nice teeth though. I like everything about myself. I think I'm just... Oh, I think I'm just beautiful. While women don't have more pain receptors than men, they do have a greater nerve density, meaning more nerves per unit of skin. This, along with other factors, can contribute to women experiencing pain more intensely and having lower pain thresholds compared to men. Well, there we go. Where did I hear that they have twice the pain receptors? I definitely heard that somewhere. Probably on QI or something. Presumably, that probably also means that you feel more pleasure. Just saying. It's a thin line between pain and pleasure. Higher estrogen levels make our skin softer and more sensitive. Having a testosterone-dominant system makes the skin a bit thicker. Could contribute to higher sensitivity for women in general. Well, that's interesting. I watched a video about what happens to women who take steroids, like bodybuilders, bodybuilding women who take steroids to bodybuild, and all of the things because they're basically injecting themselves with their testosterone. And I was like, I mean, I greatly admire female bodybuilders, but I would not do it when you're injecting yourself with male hormones, and it, you know, the effect that it has on, like, deepens their voice was one thing, but also, like, changes their skin and changes the whole, like, body shape, so it's more masculine and stuff like that. And I was like, oh, I could not. Oh. In fact, when you watch videos about the effects of steroids generally, even on men, like, you know, the higher levels of aggression and things like that, I would just think, oh god, no. Fred says, I have a pretty high pain threshold, thanks in part to my old man believing that discomforting activities like hard chores were fun. Oh, stirring up some childhood trauma there for Fred. We all have a bit of childhood trauma in our lives, don't we? I think childhood, by its very definition, is traumatic. Oh, Talia's been on testosterone for gender reasons. No longer doing so now. I'm comfortable being a woman, but if anyone has questions, I can help. Well, I don't know. You see, I'm quite fascinated by hormones. Like, I'm quite fascinated by the hormonal cycle. Like, we're going to talk about periods, alright? Just deal with it. So, like, but I find it really interesting. Testosterone didn't make Talia more aggressive. That's interesting. Because, I mean, I don't know what it's like for other women, because like I say, you could only go off your own experience. But me and my friends, and this is one of the things I'm saying, I can't imagine being close to a man in the way I'm close to my female friends. But that might just be a me thing, I don't know. We do talk about periods a lot. Like, we always know when each other is on, like, who's on our period. Not just because we tell each other, but you can just tell from the way people are acting. When you know someone well enough, you can just tell. You can tell when they're due on, when they actually are on. You can, like... It's weird, like, when you're close... maybe this is just us, I don't know, but when you're quite close to someone, you can sort of tell which bit of the cycle they're in, I think. And the hormonal cycle, because it's not just like you get a period once a month, it's an entire monthly cycle that you go through. And I find it so interesting, because I can pretty much tell you how I'm going to feel from one week to the next, depending on which part of the cycle I'm in. And it's really interesting, and me and my friend always say we have our needy week when we're due on. We get really, like, needy and clingy, and, like, you just want to be cuddled, and you just want to, like, honestly, like, I mean, it depends. It can be at different intensities from month to month. It's not always that bad. Sometimes you'll have a month where it's really intense, and I honestly do just have, like, irrational urges to just hug people. Like, I just want to just grab everybody. I mean, I'm quite cuddly anyway. I'm quite touchy-feely. I do just want to be touching and cuddling and sitting in people's laps all of the time, and I have to control myself quite a lot on a day-to-day basis. But when you're in that bit of the cycle, and it must be like an estrogen spike, because that's what estrogen makes you want to do, doesn't it? Like, cuddle and comfort and protect, and it's the maternal kind of thing. And I always have, when you're due on your period, I always get this, just like, you just want to be cuddled and hugged and wrapped in blankets, and you just want to just squeeze everybody. And then you go through like the irritable phase where everything just annoys you. And you just want to be like, somebody says hello and you just want to go, fuck off. You go through that. And then you've got, like, the sort of serene week where everything's just kind of nice. And everything, you just feel very zen. Everything's just kind of, yeah, that's quite a nice week. And then I also have my quite, what's the word? Enthusiastic week where I'm quite excitable and sort of optimistic and, like, everything's wonderful and I can do anything and I can rule the world and everything's brilliant. And then you have the week where it's sort of like, everything's awful, nobody loves me. I'm going to die alone in this flat and the cats are going to eat me. Why do I even bother? There's nothing. Life isn't worth anything. You have that sort of thing as well. It's really interesting. and it's always just like depending which part of the cycle you're on, and it's all hormones, and the extent to which hormones affect your mood and personality is fascinating, which is why I don't like things that mess with hormones. Like I say, I've got polycystic ovarian syndrome, and there are like hormonal treatments for it. Interestingly, not available on the NHS, so I would have to pay for them. So that's one of the reasons why I don't do them. But also, like, I'm just like, I don't want anything that messes with hormones. Jericho, so yeah, hello Jericho. We're not playing video games today, we're just having discussions. Because that's what I felt like doing. You know what this channel is like, we do whatever I feel like doing. Everybody is at my whim. But yeah, I find it fascinating. I'm also very intrigued. Have any of the women in the chat ever been on birth control pills? Because I obviously never have, because I've never had any reason to, because I don't sleep with men. But, not even birth control pills, like, there are, like, the implants and things that do hormonal stuff, doesn't it? And I've heard that it massively affects your hormones. Which, I mean, it will do, because it has to do with the whole cycle, doesn't it? And I'm always interested about, like, how much that affects you. Is it an effect that you really notice, like, in terms of, like, your mood and how you feel within yourself? Soulmate is here! Oh my god, Soulmate! How long has it been? You came back! Oh, bless. Maybe she never went away. Maybe she's always been there lurking. I was like, the name popped up. I was like, I know that name, don't I? Oh my god, Soulmate, you're back. You came back to us. What a live stream to come back to. The live stream where I just went, fuck it, we're not playing games today. Who wants to do that? We're going to sit here and have philosophical discussions and talk about periods. Your house caught fire? Oh, bloody hell. That is a very good excuse to have taken some time away from the channel. Oh, Welsh friend had... right. I do know how to pronounce this word, but give me a moment. Fuck's sake, how do you say it again? I do know what it is. Yes. That word, the one that she's written in the chat. I can't fucking pronounce it. I do know what it is, though. That's interesting. I've never actually met anybody who's had it. I've heard much talk of it. At least I haven't knowingly met anybody who's had it. Oh my goodness, so you've been having dramas, haven't you? You and the cat got out though, that's good. I'm gonna have to go blow my nose. I absolutely am. Right, you lot keep talking. I will be back in like a second. I'll put the kitten break screen on. Right, I'm back. Right, what are we talking about? Soulmate has a house, so that's good. Survived a house fire. Fire is one of the things that really terrifies me. More so now that I've got the cats, because I always think if there was a fire, I don't know how I would get the cats out. Because they're indoor cats, I wouldn't want to just open the door and let them go. God knows what would happen. I'd never find them again, probably. Because there's two of them and they're so bloody massive, trying to wrestle the pair of them into a carrier while the flat is on fire would be like, you know, that's what freaks me out. Not so much me, it's like, you know, what would happen to the cats? We're talking about painful periods. I've only been quite lucky with my periods, actually. I mean, I think because, like I say, I've got polycystic ovarian syndrome, it can have all sorts of weird effects on periods. I did go, like, over a year without a period. Once. Because they used to be so irregular. Like, they were just all over the place. Like, I would go 6 months without one and then have 3 in quick succession. I started them quite late as well. I think I was still at school, so I was 16 or younger. Because I left school when I was 16. But I remember sitting in computing once with really cripplingly bad period pain. I think I was probably either 15 or 16 when I started them, which is quite late. And for years they were just so irregular. And then I went like over a year without having one. And I thought, oh my God, I'm never going to have a period again. And then they came back and it was so weird. They came back all of a sudden. And they stayed regular, but it was a 6-week cycle, and it's just gradually been getting shorter and shorter until now I'm in like a quite regular 4-week cycle. I don't know, but I'm quite lucky because my periods are not that bad at all. Sometimes I don't have cramps at all. And when I do, usually it's only for like the first couple of hours and they're not that bad. Every few months I will have one that is really bad and the cramps last for 2 or 3 days. Ever so occasionally. Like the last one bloody crippled me. I was walking around work like you know, like you do. But generally they're not that bad, so I am quite lucky. And you know what, I'm weird. I like having a period. And I don't mean that I like going through the actual period itself, but I like the hormonal cycle. There's something about it that just like keeps you in a kind of running routine. And I'm quite scared of menopause, you know. I mean, I know I probably won't have to worry about it for at least 20 years, but like, I'm quite scared of the idea of losing the cycle. I don't know why. That's probably a silly thing to be scared of. But I don't know. There's something about it that's quite reassuring. That I sort of like can predict what sort of mood I'm going to be in, depending on which bit of the cycle I'm in. I mean, I do find that it varies in intensity, the hormonal stuff. Sometimes the hormonal stuff isn't that intense at all, and other times it's really intense. And sometimes, like, I think if your period coincides with a time where you're feeling quite either anxious or depressed or something anyway, it can be like, you know, fuel to the fire. Yeah. So, I don't know. It's interesting. But yeah, what I find interesting is like my friends who I'm really close to. I can sort of tell where they are in their cycle just by how they're acting. Like, you know, friends who you like see day in and day out because you work with them, you know, and you sort of see. Sometimes I'm like, oh, she's hormonal. When you know someone that well, it's weird. But yeah. Also, we do tend to tell each other. That is a thing. I don't know whether that's a normal thing for female friends to do with each other, but we do. We're always just like... Anyway. And I mean, we could, if you've got the stomach for it, we could go into details about the effect that the hormonal cycle has on a woman's sex life. Because I swear to God, the week running up to the period versus the week after the period, it's like living in a different body, I think, personally. I don't know about anybody else's experience because it's not a thing people talk about very much. But for me personally, it is like living in a different body. The experience of sex before a period and after a period is like completely different. I swear to God, half of my nerves go on holiday, I think. That's all I'm going to say. After a period, it's like they all just die off. Can't feel anything. Whereas the week before... Oh, we have some fun discussions, don't we? Sometimes I forget these live streams go out like just generally on the internet. Theoretically, anybody with an internet connection could watch this. It's knowing that the cycles coincide with people you're around a lot. Is that actually a thing? Because I know that's a thing people say. People say when women are around each other a lot, your cycles sync. But is it actually a thing? Because like me and my bestie are usually on at the same time. That's usually a thing. In fact, both of my besties, the three of us usually do come on pretty much at the same time. I've got a notification just popped up from my dating app. That's exciting, isn't it? That's all you're getting. You're just getting a naughty laugh. I've decided I quite like internet dating. It's quite fun. It's quite entertaining. Depending on what you're looking for. I mean, I'm on a women-only one, which I think is probably... Because, like, I've got a friend who... Well, she was on Tinder. She's got a pretty disastrous love life, I'll be honest. She fell in love with a very bad man, and she can't fall out of love with him. Well, it's just one of those situations where they're just like two toxic gases coming together, but they can't seem to stay away from each other. And they get together, and then they break up, and then they get back together, and then they break up, and then they get back together, and they break up, and it's just like... You need to live on different continents. But anyway, during one of their breakups, she went on Tinder, and she says it's not a nice experience, internet dating. She says it's a horrible thing. She wants a life partner. She wants she wants romance and the one and a deep emotional connection and all of that kind of stuff. And I think, I don't think that's the kind of thing you can go looking for. I think that's like going out for a walk and looking to see if somebody's left £1 million lying around. I mean, it's possible, but the odds of it are so slim, why would you even bother looking? But that doesn't mean you can't enjoy a nice walk. Do you know what I mean? I think if you approach internet dating along the lines of, like, you just want to meet new people and see who's out there and just have a bit of fun and see what happens, then internet dating is quite fun. I personally find it really confidence boosting. It's very liberating, I think, internet dating. Like, you know, it is true, the thing about women's cycles syncing. Oh, that's so cool. How cool is that? I think that's so cool. Yeah. Was I talking about internet dating? Yeah, I'm finding it very, very liberating. Like I say, confidence boosting. It just, I don't know, it kind of makes you feel good about yourself. Like when people like you or match with you, then you kind of get talking to people and stuff. I mean, you have to have a bit of a thick skin because people will just disappear sometimes or unmatch with you for no obvious reason. But it won't be anything to do with you. It'll be, you know, You have to not take things personally, and you have to not, like, expect too much or anything, but to just have a bit of fun and a bit of a distraction and a bit of, you know. It depends what you're looking for. But I think sometimes when you see, like, when you see the profiles and they're like, looking for a deep emotional connection, I'm like, deep emotional connections happen a handful of times in a lifetime, I think. And they won't necessarily be romantic. All of the deep emotional connections in my life, very few of them have all been platonic. So, you know. But yes, we like to just meet new people. There's one we're busy. There's one I matched with, and we're busy embroiled in a conversation about Doctor Who. Like, that's what we're talking about. Yeah. Depends what you want out of life, really, isn't it? Like, I've never really understood the desire for a long-term life partner. I don't know. I'm just like kind of happy being single. Doesn't mean you can't have a bit of fun though. Right, what should we talk about now? How long have we been going? 3:30, 4:30, 5:30, 2.5 hours. You know what I said? When I said we're not going to bother playing video games today, we're just going to talk, I was like, we probably won't make it to the 4 hours. I feel like we're going to go past 4 hours. I feel like it's going to be midnight and I'm still going to be sitting here. If any of you lot want to stick it out that long. Deep emotional connection is a red flag for me, says Welsh friend. You can imagine receiving texts every couple of minutes. What are you doing? Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, a deep emotional connection will be different for different people. Because when you have a deep emotional connection, it's usually with somebody who kind of clicks with you and gets you. And some people will want to be texted every 5 minutes. And other people won't. Like, somebody who had a deep emotional connection with me is not somebody who's going to be texting me every 5 minutes. But I mean, I've got friends who do like that kind of thing, who do like to be checked up on. Like, I had a friend who was going through a little bit of a rough time, and she was, there was someone she was talking about, and she was saying, oh, she's been, like, messaging me almost every day to see how I am, and I think that's really nice. And I was thinking, if somebody was messaging me every day to see how I was, I would find that annoying and intrusive. Like, you know, I mean, maybe if it was someone that I'm very close to, yeah, but maybe, but like, I don't like being checked up on though, personally. I think, like, if something is wrong and I want you to know about it, I will contact you and tell you. I'm not so keen on being checked up on, you know. But yes, I think a deep emotional connection, I don't think that's something that you can go looking for. You either find it or you don't. It's like when people talk about, you know, the one. They want to find the one. Their person. And it's like, well, you're either going to find that or you're not. You know, that's one of those things that you just have to accept that things work out certain ways in life. And maybe you're never going to find a life partner. And that's just a thing, you know. I think it's just one of those things. I don't think it's a thing that you can reasonably go looking for. Like, you're either going to find it or you can't, or you're not. You know? And I think if that's what you're looking for, and you disregard everything that isn't that, you're going to miss a lot. Do you know what I mean? I think it's quite sad when, like, you're on dating apps and things like that, and you've got people who are just sort of like, my cup's making noises. I could hear something and I was like, what the fuck's that? And it was my cup. When you close it a certain way, it's like the air escapes from it. Well, anyway, what was I saying? Oh yes, they just like disregard anything that isn't possibly going to be like, you know, long-term happily ever after. It's like, you don't know what you might be missing. But then that's just me. See, I'm happy being single. Not everybody is. It's not always easy, but I don't think any... I mean, you know, life just isn't easy, is it? Being single isn't always easy. I imagine being married probably isn't always easy. I imagine having children probably isn't always easy. You know? Living alone isn't always easy, but I imagine living with other people probably isn't always easy. Life is not easy. That's just a thing. Whatever path you pick, you're always going to sacrifice something. That's the thing. There's a small percentage are outright lonely. Yeah, and loneliness is... Loneliness is not nice. And I've had a lot of loneliness in life, I think. And it's definitely a thing to be afraid of. I think. I'm not scared of being alone, but I am scared of being lonely. But you're not necessarily lonely because you're alone. And also, you can be lonely in a room full of people. In fact, I am more likely to be lonely around people than I am on my own, if they're the wrong people. Like, I am so much more scared of being stuck with someone who is not the right person than I am of being alone. Because I think that would be lonelier, for me personally. I mean, it's not the case for everybody. Some people just need people around them, and it doesn't matter to them so much who those people are. But me, I'm going to be lonelier if I'm with the wrong people than I would be alone. You know what I mean? Yeah, Welsh friend has just said you can be lonely in the middle of a house full of people. Loneliness is about... Loneliness is about... It's about not feeling heard or seen. That's what loneliness is about. It's about not, you know... You've got those few people who in your life who you'll go and talk to and they actually like hear what you're saying and they know what you're feeling. And it's when you don't have that you feel lonely. When you've got nobody to like go to and tell things that. And I've had like long periods of my life where I've had that like there's nobody to just go to and tell something. You know, when something happens and you just like I want to tell someone, but you can't just tell just anyone, or at least I can't. You know, there's only like the certain people that you want to tell. When you don't have those people who you can just go and tell something, you know, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing or whatever, that's loneliness. And it's a very hard thing to live with. But you know, loneliness is about not having a connection, regardless of whether there are people around. Exactly, Fred. You put that so much more succinctly than I managed. Just trying to admire my own eyebrow piercing. I do like it. It's very nice. It's my little midlife crisis after I turned 30. I feel quite liberated about being 30 now, though. When I turned 30, I freaked out a little bit. Went a bit mad. You know when your head just goes a bit, for a bit. Now, I feel quite good about it now. Oh, someone's WhatsApping me. Who's WhatsApping me? Oh, God. Sorry, I'm just checking my WhatsApp messages, don't mind me. 30's cool, says Welsh friend. Liked your 40s as well. we get better as we age, don't we? I mean, I know I'm only 30 and I'm not old, but you know, I've come to quite like getting older. I think it's get more experience and more wisdom and more things that older people used to say when you were young start to make sense to you. Never really understood them before. But it's sad, I think, because they're like so much you can only learn through experiencing, and it doesn't matter how much older people tell you, you will not understand until you get there yourself. It's like the things that older people say. Talia's genuinely loving being a woman in her 30s. Her 20s were a mess. Yeah, my 20s were a mess. The 20s are not it, are they? The 20s are not a good time. I think there's a lot of... I think the 20s are like what you have to go through to sort of like figure out who you are. And you sort of come out the other end and it's like, oh... And I've got a lot of confidence from somewhere all of a sudden. I don't know where that's coming. In fact, my friend was saying to me this very morning, we were talking about something and she goes, bloody hell, Sarah, where's this confident version of you suddenly come from? I said, I don't know. I don't know where she's come from. She's appeared out of somewhere. But I do. Do you know what it is? It's not so much confidence. It's more lack of patience now. Like, I just can't be bothered to like... get myself into a state over things that I would normally get myself into a state over. You know, like things I would normally get anxious about. Now, I'll feel myself start to like get anxious about something and I just go, oh, for fuck's sake, I can't be bothered. Just fucking do it. Do you know what I mean? I seem to have got to a point where I've just gone, sod it. I've got to a point of not really caring what people think anymore. And realising that most people don't really think anything anyway. So, you know... And just sort of like, I don't know. I've had an epiphany at some point. I've just kind of gone, sorry. When you get to a point where you realise it's easier just to be yourself and not really worry too much about trying to make yourself come across one way or another. Just... I am the way I am. Just friggin' deal with it. What should we talk about now? This is exciting. We should do live streams like this more often. I like this. This is fun. We could have like a monthly just talk shit live stream, which could be like alongside the normal gaming live streams. We could do it on like a Sunday or something, like once a month, where we just do like a talk live stream, where we just get together and have a bit of a chat. The perspective / confidence is great. Yes, it is, Talia. It is. It's all the lessons that you've learned in the past all kind of come together and accumulate. And you sort of think, thank God I don't have to go through all of that shit again. Like, jeez. Thank God I've learned those lessons and I've come through the other end. We're liking the idea of having a once a month chat instead of a live stream called a hangout. That would be good, couldn't it? I'm being WhatsApped again. There's family stuff going on at the minute. I'm not going to call it drama, but it's, yes. Well, last week's live stream when we were talking about love and stuff like that, right? I said that the thing I most appreciate about people is people who are just honest. Like, people who just have that ability to just say what they are thinking when they're thinking it, and not in like a kind of no filter kind of a way, like those people who just like blurt out anything, but like in a kind of people who can just say what they're feeling And, like, if they want to know something, they will ask. And if they want you to know something, they will tell you. And there's no mind games or, like, passive aggression. Because passive aggression comes from not feeling like you can express what is upsetting you or annoying you or making you angry or anything like that. That's when you become passive aggressive, because you're just stewing and keeping everything in. And those people who have the ability to just kind of say, this is annoying me, or this has upset me, or I'm angry about this, or I'm upset about this. So they never get to the point of being passive aggressive because they're just quite comfortable admitting whatever they're feeling, and, you know, they don't feel like they shouldn't be feeling what they're feeling or whatever. That ability to just be honest and upfront, and there's people, you always know where you are with them. That is the thing that I most value in a person. It is not a skill many of my family members have. Let's just say that. Whenever there's anything going on in the family, you get WhatsApp messages that are full of, like, double speak and things you have to decode. And you're sort of like, what do you actually mean by that? What are you actually saying to me? Why are you randomly messaging me about something that seems completely unrelated to what's going on, but I don't think it is unrelated? And this is one of the things that I'm saying, that now I've got to the point where I just don't have patience. And I'm like, I just don't have the patience for it. Like, I'm just not engaging in it at all. I'm just like, honestly, just piss off. Oh, dear. Anyway. But if I had never have found those people who are just like that, who are just, like, honest and just say, you know, so you always know where you are with them. If I'd never found those people, I wouldn't know that those people existed. So I would think that passive aggression and mind games was normal, and therefore I would accept it in people. So I am, like, eternally grateful for the people who came into my life who are like that, who just, like, just honest and easy to be around and that, because if they hadn't turned up, I wouldn't know they existed. You know what I mean? That's those, you know, you have those little things that you look on in your life and you think, oh my god, I'm so glad that happened, or that person turned up, or, you know, I went to that place or something like that. And imagine if that had never happened. You have those scary thoughts where you're like, oh my god, what if that person had never turned up, or whatever. Those moments. Anyway. Should we talk about something light? I feel like we've gone very deep. Although we like going deep, don't we? Fred can get a joke out of that. We like going deep on the Magpie channel. Just making faces at myself. This is live on the internet, Magpie. Anybody could be watching this. Princess Anne could be watching, theoretically. I mean, she's probably not. I imagine she's got better things to do. But she could be, theoretically, watching me just make faces. I do forget sometimes that we're, like, live streaming on the internet. This isn't just a little private thing that we're doing. Got myself from different angles. I am looking good at the minute, aren't I? Oh, look at this gorgeous specimen of womanhood. Oh yes, there's a Discord! Soulmate, there's a Discord! Should I put the Discord link in the chat for you? I do not have access to the chat because I don't have my laptop with the chat. I can see the chat through OBS, but I can't interact with the chat through OBS. Can somebody... No, nobody else can put the link to the Discord because I'm the Discord person. Okay, hang on. Hang on. How do I get a link? Invite people. Share this link. Copy. And then let's sign into chat. What am I signing in as? Signing into Google, apparently. Ooh. I think this is going to sign me in as me rather than as Magpie. That was the wrong password, apparently. Also the wrong password. No, that was the right password. Use your fingerprint. I don't think so. Google wants to make sure it's really you trying to sign in. For fuck's sake. Sending me fucking code. Oh, Jesus Christ. I hate bloody things. Just so I can put a flipping link in the flipping bloody chat. Grumble. Do you know what I could do? Forget about this. Forget about this crap. Ooh! I've just closed down the chat. Hang on! See if I can get the chat back up. I'm still live streaming on. Ah, yes. Chat. There we go. Fuck's sake. I know what I can do. Hang on. It's very easy, really, when you think about it. All I need to do is watch my own friggin' live stream. Where's me? Where's me? Where's me? That's me. Content. Live. Link. Watch my own friggin' live. Oh, that's me. And then I should be able to. Where's me? That's me. Content. I'm gonna have to sign in as my other account. Hold on, it's fine. Oh, that's me. And then I should be able to. I'm gonna have to sign in as my other account. Hold on, it's fine. Oh, that's me. For fuck's sake. There's 7 people watching. Fucking hell, I wish I hadn't seen that. That's too many people. That's scary amount of people. Okay. Okay, soulmate, just give your Discord name because my way isn't working. Fucking hell. Oh, dear me. Yes, we'll add you to the Discord if you send your Discord name over. It's a fun Discord. We get into deep chats over there sometimes too. We talk about video games. There's a dirty fan art channel where Fred posts a lot of dirty fan art. There's a food channel where we post pictures of food. We need like a cats channel, don't we? Okay, that's your Discord name. I will copy that. And then yeah, don't mind me, just trying to remember how Discord works. to invite like a specific person? I can get an invite link. Don't mind me, everything's fine. Just talk amongst yourselves. I'll figure it out in a second. Maybe. Oh, hang on. There we go. How do you search just Discord generally? Like, honestly. This is like watching your granddad try to send an email, isn't it? Oh dear. Right, okay. Soulmate. How about... I tried to send you a friend request and apparently you're not accepting friend requests. So, how about... you send me a friend request. Because my name is just Magpie Corvidae. With the M and the C capitalised and no space. So... bear with us, people. Send me a friend request. I haven't got the friend request if you've sent one. Because I don't think so. Fucking hell, you wouldn't think this would be so complicated, would you? Jesus Christ. Do you know what I could do? Do you know what I could do? I could get the link for the invite, right? Put it in the Discord, and one of you lot could copy it and put it in the chat. Seems like a very convoluted way of doing it. Because I was trying to just get to the chat, like, just by watching the live stream on YouTube, but it wouldn't let me get into the chat. I don't know why. So if I right. Oh, for fuck's sake. Do you know something? It is not my day today, alright? I banged my head 3 times today. 3 times! That's not a normal amount of times to bang your head in one day. Right. Okay, it's letting me on the chat now. Right. So, in the chat, there is going to be a message from me. Alright. I banged my head 3 times today. 3 times!
Hopefully.
That's not a normal amount of times to bang your head in one day. Right. Okay, it's letting me on the chat now. Right. So, in the chat, there is going to be a message from me. I banged my head 3 times. It's not copying the link, it's copying the fucking... Right, when in fact, you know what? I'm going to show you. I'm going to put the screen on. Put the screen on. There we go. I'm going to show you exactly what is happening, right? So, invite people, right? It's not copying the link, it's copying the... So that's the link. Right? Which says hidden use copy button. Right, when in fact, you know what? I'm going to show you. I'm going to put... And then you copy it. Put the screen on. There we go. I'm going to show you exactly. You go. Oh, look, there's my live stream. Invite people, right? It's not right? The link, it's copying the... So that's the link. And what it pastes is hidden use copy button. Right? Which says hidden use copy button. Right, when which is not a fucking link. I'm going to put... And then you copy it. And then show you. You go. Oh, look, there's my live stream. Invite people. Right? And what it pastes is hidden use copy button. Right? The whole rest of this live stream is just going to be me trying to get this fucking thing to work. And then you copy it. You did send a friend request. And what it pastes is hidden use copy button. Right? The whole rest of this live stream is just... Oh, my live stream's still playing in the background. Hang on, close that down. Right, try and add you now. Okay, I will try and add you now. No, that's the wrong fucking thing. Oh, fuck's sake. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Right, copy that. Go into Discord. We haven't heard from Davros in a long time, have we? He's just popped up because he's one of my friends on Discord. I haven't heard from him in a long, long time. Add friends, that's what I want. Send friend request. Okay, I've sent you a friend request. Fucking hell. This is the unique live streaming we tune in for, I know, right? Oh. Hey! Okay, that is you. Marvellous. How do I now add you to the server? If it won't actually give me a fucking invite link. Invite to server. Mischief of Magpies. There we go. Hey! Should I do a highlights video for this live stream? That would be hilarious. Oh my God. Ah. Yay, soulmate's here. Let's wave to soulmate. There we go. Oh, bloody hell. Right. Do you know what? While we're here, I'm going to add a channel and I'm going to call it cats. Should we call it cats or should we call it like animals? Because I do like lots of animals. And then sorry for being difficult, says soulmate. You weren't difficult, soulmate. Discord was difficult. All this newfangled technology. Let's do animals. Animals. And then we can just share pictures of animals. Create an animals channel. There we go. We've got an animals channel. I'll put some pictures of the cats in. I've discovered a new hobby of trying to take selfies with the cats. Doesn't always work that well. It's quite a fun hobby. I'll put some pictures of my cat selfies in the animals channel. Animals. I'm an animal lover. I went all the way down to Yorkshire just to see some polar bears. Oh, I've also got pictures of delicious biscuits that I baked. I'll have to put that in the food one. Oh, that's a very cute one of Scorpio. There's a knitting and crochet group who do, I think this is a thing that people do all over the place, but there's a local one to us where they knit little cute toy things, and then they leave them just in places with a little note saying, I did take a note of what the picture of what I took a picture of what the note said somewhere. Can't remember. Anyway, I'll put some of my cat selfies in. But you know, they just leave them places for people to pick up, and it's sort of it's like a spreading kindness kind of a thing. And it's sort of like, I'll be your friend if you need a friend on a rainy day or something like that. And they just leave them places and people pick them up. And they quite often leave them in the shop, like on shelves or things. Or I found one in the lift once and stuff like that. They just leave them around the place for people to find. And one of the girls I work with found a one, and it was a little cat. So she gave it to me because she knows I've got cats. And when I brought it home, I was taking it out of its little plastic bag it was in, and the cats were sniffing around it, and Scorpio just went like that and just grabbed it and was like, it's mine now. So I took a little picture of him with it. So I'll put that in. But yeah, I'll put some of my cat selfies in. Have I got any more? I'm sure I've got some more. God, I've got a lot of pictures of cats. Jesus Christ. Sorry, I'm just by the chat. I know I've got more. Must have been taken ages ago. Oh, there's one. That'll do. There you go. Lots of pictures of me taking selfies with the cats. So kick off the animals channel. There you go. That's the kind of daft stuff I get up to in my flat. Oh my god, Soulmate changed their name to Soulmate. Oh, that's so cute. Okay, how long have we been going for? It's nearly 7 o'clock. We normally stop at like 7:30, don't we? I don't feel like stopping. I feel like we're having fun. Just chatting, hanging out. This would be a fun thing to do on a Sunday once a month. I mean, every Sunday might be a bit much, but if we did it on a Sunday once a month, it would be quite fun. We just chill out with each other. So, what should we talk about now? Should we talk about now? I'm going to take this ponytail out because it's annoying me. Oh. I can see Star on the background. Look at that. Oh, 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 oh. There she is. Hello. Leaning the wrong way. Hello. Hi. She always sleeps outside the door when I'm in here. She doesn't sleep there any other time. It's only when I'm in here she sleeps out there. I don't know why. I think she's guarding me. Are you guarding me, my dear? From the monsters. Because when I'm sitting watching the telly, she'll be asleep on the sofa next to me. And when I'm in the bedroom, she sleeps on the landing, but like further back, so she's outside the bedroom door. So she likes to just stay guard. Scorpio, meanwhile, just always sleeps on my bed. Pretty much. He does sometimes sleep on the sofa. There's been a few times he's slept on the sofa next to me. But he mostly prefers to kind of be, you know, in his own space. His own space. When you see people whose hair stays like perfectly brushed, you know, you see people who have like just like a curtain of beautiful glossy hair and all the strands just stay absolutely perfect. How do they do that? Is it lots of expensive hair products? Probably lots of expensive hair and hairspray. You see, I don't like hairspray because I don't like how it makes the hair feel. It might make it look nice, but it feels horrible. I'll just keep me natural look. Why is Welsh friend sending me facepalm emojis? What's happened? What's going on? Wait. Oh, were you responding to Soulmate? You might have been responding to Soulmate, I don't know. It's an out of context facepalm emoji. Should we talk about now? You were responding to Soulmate, fair enough. I'm like, what have I done? Welsh friend just face palms when she's watching my live streams, just generally. I heard a meow. You knew we were talking about you, didn't you, Stazzies? You've been very well behaved most of this live stream. Apart from when you put your tail in my cheesecake, apart from that. That was not so well behaved. Might run out of conversation topics. Anybody have a conversation topic? I'm off work next week. I think I've mentioned that, but yesterday, randomly, one of the managers came up to us and just went, "Do you want next week off?" Because they're saving wages in the run-up to Easter. I find it quite hilarious, actually, because they had lots of visits from important people because the shop has not been performing well, you see. Hopefully nobody I work with finds out I do this channel, because otherwise I sometimes think the way I talk about them I could probably get myself fired. But anyway, they've had lots of visits from important people, like managers very high up in the company, right? So in order to get the shop looking nice for when all the important people came visiting, they had lots of staff in. Like, the amount of staff that you actually need to run a shop, you know. But this means they're now £5,000 overspent on wages. So now they're trying to dramatically cut back on wages, and they're giving everybody holiday and sending people home early and stuff like that in the run-up to Easter, which I find hilarious because it means they pulled in all of those staff to get the shop looking nice for a few important people, but for the actual customers who spend their money and keep the company running, no, we're not bothering to get enough staff in to actually get the shop looking nice for the customers. We just want to do it for those few important people who came in last week. Just like, for God's sake. But anyway, it means I get Easter week off, so yeah, can't complain. I'm in the Discord. Oh, soulmate, you have such a beautiful putty. Aww. So cute. I've only got one selfie with Scorpio. I think it's because I can't get him to sit still long enough. Actually, I was going to check to see if the holidays have been accepted. Because he said, I'll give you a holiday next week, and then he didn't put the holidays in. So I requested the holidays. I think I'm not just going to not come in and not get bloody paid for it. Let me see if they've been accepted. She turned 13 2 days ago. Oh my goodness. Mine will be 3 on the 1st of July. See how there can be 3. How is that possible? My cats are 3. 3 years of age. I've got cat hair in my mouth. Ah, yes, they have been accepted. Apart from the Saturday. So I'm in the Saturday before Easter. Because I requested them, you see, because he said, I'll put holiday in for you for next week. That's what he said, right? And then when I went on, we've got an app where you can check your holidays, and they hadn't been put in. So I thought, well, I'll request them, because then they can't forget to do it. But I requested Monday to Saturday, right? Then I went, because this was when I was on my break, and I went back in, checked the rota, and he actually had me rotated in for the Saturday. And I thought, oh, shit. And I thought, well, maybe he'll just accept the Saturday as well, and I'll sneakily get the Saturday off, even though I'm rotated in, but he hasn't accepted the Saturday. So I'm going to have to work the Saturday before he's dead. Fuck. But I get a week off in the meantime. That's all right. What more can you ask for? What more can you ask for? And then I'm in the week after. Well, I'm in for a week and a half, and then I'm off for a week and a half. There we go. It's spring, so the shedding has begun. Oh my god, tell me about it. Soulmate, oh my goodness. Like, you should see the state of my carpet. I have to vacuum it like twice a day. And not to mention, do yours get like lots of hairballs at this time of year because of all the grooming? Because mine get lots of hairballs. Mine are particularly hairy cats, like. And of course they have to sick up the hairballs. They don't cough them up, they vomit them up, and sometimes it takes them 2 or 3 goes. So there's been several times where I've come home from work and there's just cat sick all over my carpet. And one of them, I don't know which one it was, but I'm blaming Scorpio because it's usually him. So I live in an upstairs flat, right? So when you open the door, you go up a flight of stairs, right? And running down the side of those stairs is like a wooden, like, skirting board kind of thing, but it's like, it's about that wide, right? With a bit of wood that runs down the side of the stairs. And I came home this day, and one of the cats had been sick at the top of this bit of wood, and the sick had run all the way down the wood, and at the bottom of the stairs was the hairball. I'm not joking. I was like, are you being friggin' serious? I just had this line of cat sick that just went all the way down. I was like, for fuck's sake. Oh. Oh. Get a lot of hairballs. She's a short-haired cat with a fur thickness of a long hair. Yeah. Star's got really thick fur. It's weird because, like, Scorpio doesn't have very thick fur at all. He's got a lot of hair, but not much fur. But Star, her fur is like that. Like, I remember when I went to get her spayed, and obviously they have to shave them. And when... so after she'd been shaved, you could see how thick her fur was. I'm not joking, like, that thick. Like, her fur is just... I mean, she looks fat, but she's not. Like, sometimes I think it's so cute when she's sitting, because you've got her little head, and then she's just like a massive fluff ball. Like, honestly, she's got this tiny little head, and then she's just like this, but it's all fur. And honestly, it's ridiculous. But their favourite place to sick up hairballs is on the stairs. Like, the worst place to try and clean it up from. I think, honestly. Do it on the lino in the bloody kitchen. Oh no. Do it on the carpet. Anyway. Hello, sweetie. Hello. You want to come up here? Yeah? Come on then. Come on. Oh, looked like you were going to for a second. And you changed your mind. Come on. Come on. You want to see putties? Come on. Yeah. Come up here. Do you want the hair bubble? You want the hair bubble? Oops. You like a hair bubble? Come on. I'll let you chew it in half. I've got plenty. Come on. Oh, oh. You have to come all the way up. Come on. Come all the way up. Come on, Star. Let them see you. You're so beautiful. You're almost as beautiful as me. Okay, you're more beautiful than me. Come on. But we make such a beautiful pair. Come on here. Come on. Try to whistle then. Sometimes I can whistle. Most of the time I can't. No, I can't whistle. Come on. Come up here. suspected to have Maine Coon in her bloodline. Well, is she talkative? Because mine are half Maine Coon, and one of the main characteristics of Maine Coons is they are very squeaky. They meow a lot. Don't you? Yes. Come on then. Come on here. Come on. She drives me absolutely friggin' batty. Just meowing all the time. And she doesn't want anything. There's nothing wrong. She just wants attention. But she won't come off your... There we go. Oh. Yeah, she talks a lot. Yeah, she might have Maine Coon in her. I know. You are so beautiful. You're the most beautifulest putty ever, aren't you? You are. The most beautifulest putties ever. You are. Yeah. My beautiful little putty. Oh. Meow. They don't have a very good view of you, Star. You could turn round. Hmm? You're so sweet. They're talking about you, Star, and how fluffy you are. You're very fluffy, aren't you? Yes. You are 99% fluff. Actually, I think you're 49% fluff and 50% squeaks. And 1% everything else. I think that's you. Yes. Eh? So sweet. My sweet, beautiful girl. Yes, you are. Yeah, you are. You're my sweet, beautiful girl. You are. So sweet. So sweet. Ooh. Like a scratch, don't you? Do you like a scratch? Look at all the cat hair coming out of you. Bloody hell. You're too much, aren't you? You are. Don't know how I'm expected to cope. How am I expected to cope? You're just too much. It's too much beautifulness. It's very stressful, you know, having to be around a putty as beautiful as you. And when you put both of us together, that's just so much beautifulness. I'm surprised the universe can handle it. This much beautifulness in one place. Recipe for disaster, that. Recipe for disaster. I need to create a sister channel just called Magpie Talks to Her Cats. Putty hair everywhere. Everywhere. You are so sweet. So sweet and so beautiful. The most beautifulest putty ever. But it's alright because there's a cat, so we don't need to talk about anything. You've got very cold ears. Those ears are very cold. Get little earmuffs for you. That would be adorable. It would be impossible to make you wear them, but it would be adorable. Yeah? That'd be adorable? I think that would be adorable. Oh, scratch, 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 scratch. You're so sweet. Just thinking this live stream still has an Outer Worlds thumbnail, doesn't it? I haven't even opened the game. Cat lady life is the best life it is, isn't it? Isn't it? Well, she got bored of us, apparently. I'm going to turn my light on because it's getting a bit dark. It doesn't look dark on the screen, but it's getting dark. Oh, oh shit, what have I just knocked over? Oh, it was my coffee mug thing, tea, cup, whatever. Oh my god, you can see I'm wearing pyjamas. Yeah, fuck it, who cares? You know, some YouTubers get proper dolled up before they do a live stream or a video, put their makeup on and everything, make themselves look beautiful. I'm naturally beautiful though, even in pyjamas after a long day at work with messy hair. Look at me. I'm gorgeous. Have you seen the size of this hoodie on me as well, since I lost all the weight? This hoodie used to be a little bit nippy on me. Now look at it, it's like wearing a friggin' tent. Because this was my favourite hoodie, and now I can't really wear it in public because it looks ridiculous. It's become a pyjama hoodie. Look! Oh, look at that! You could fit a second me in that. Oh. Soulmate's pretty convinced they've got the brain parasite. What, the cat parasite? Yeah. Ready for your trip down the catwalk, says Fred. I know, right? It's funny because I've got like no maternal instinct at all when it comes to children. I don't dislike children. You know, like some people hate kids. I don't hate kids. I'm completely ambivalent towards them. Like, you put a baby in front of me, I feel absolutely nothing. And you know that thing where they say that when babies cry, we're programmed to respond to it? Not me. I can ignore a baby crying quite easily. Like, has absolutely no effect on me. And yet you put a cat in front of me, and that cat is my baby, and I will protect it with my life. I will take a bullet for that cat. I'm like, yeah, there's something in my brain. It's been little moons the wrong way around. Oh, that's even more the wrong way around. Hang on, readjusted my moon. There we go. I've got a moon in that side and I've got a star in that side. I've got a space theme going on, and then that's my little half moon. That one's still healing, so I can't take that one out yet. I've got my favourite ones. I bought a little tiny spaceman and a little planet. Not my favourite ones. I like earrings. I never wear makeup. I don't like makeup, but I'm obsessed with jewellery. If there was a person that Right Said Fred was thinking when they wrote I'm too sexy, it was clearly Magpie. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I am. I'm just, look at me. I'm too much, really, aren't I? I'm just too much. soulmate never wears makeup either. That's because you're my soulmate. I mean, we are literally the same person, aren't we? Literally the same person, me and soulmate. Yeah, no, I don't like makeup. I don't feel right in it. I don't feel like myself. Do you know what I mean? Like, for some people, it makes them feel more confident when they're wearing makeup. Not me. It has the opposite effect. I just don't feel like myself. I don't like it. I used to wear a little bit of eyeshadow. I used to like a bit of colourful eyeshadow when I was younger. Like, I'd have a bit of like bright purple or something that was quite nice, or like a nice green or something like that. But then even that I went off eventually. And like, I mean, have you seen my eyelashes? Like, I don't need mascara. See how long they bloody are? I need something to make them look shorter, if anything. But yeah. Sorry, I'm checking my WhatsApp messages. So I don't need mascara. And then you say, as I've mentioned about the polycystic ovarian syndrome and the fact that I grow a beard, like, you cannot put foundation over it. It just looks silly. You can't do it. And if you put like lipstick or lip gloss or anything on, even if it's really subtle, it just looks odd with the 5 o'clock shadow that I've got. But also, genuinely, I just don't like. Also, I'm just like, you've got to remember to like not rub your eyes and things like that when you've got makeup on. I'm just like, I can't be arsed. Too much effort, isn't it? Try not to get lipstick on your teeth. I do like a woman in really bright lipstick, though. I find that quite attractive. But I wouldn't wear it myself. And I like women who... You know, women who've always worn very bold, bright lipstick, and they sort of develop this way of talking, which is very precise because they're trying not to get lipstick on their teeth. I find that quite sexy. There's something about that, those types of women, and you can tell they've worn very bold lipstick all their life. And they talk in that very precise way, and the way they eat and drink and things like that, so that they don't get lipstick on things. Something very nice about Debbie Harry. If you look at the old Blondie music videos, Debbie Harry always has really bright lipstick on, and she sings with that very precise way. Something about that. It's quite sexy. But it's not for me personally. Shall I check me WhatsApp messages? Sit here on WhatsApp. Right. Is there another YouTuber like me? I don't know. I mean, we wouldn't know, would we? Because there's probably lots of weird, quirky people who do little live streams to just a handful of people, but we would never know about them, would we? Star! What? What? Oh, that was a proper little get your ass off that live stream. What? What? Come up here then. All she wants is attention. That's her I want cuddles squeak. But then you won't come up to get cuddles, will you? Oh god, the other one's awake. Hello, Scorpio. Oh dear. Can you see them? I get very confused looking at this because I'm sort of all my rights are left and all my lefts are right. My ups are down and my downs are up. Go that way. Oh, oh, oh! Can you see him? There he is. Hello, Scorpio. Hi. Oh dear. Sorry, I'm engaged in work gossip. Oh, hang on, she's typing. Just stop typing. She might start typing again. Oh, she's typing. Sorry, I'm just laughing at things that you can't actually see. Oh, hang on, there's stuff going on in the Discord. You're all just talking in the Discord while I'm on my little WhatsApp group. Oh my god, that is the most adorable cat I've ever seen in my entire life. Sorry, Scorpio. He's so cute. Oh, and the little bell. Oh. 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 Is it a he or a she? He's so cute. Oh, and then there's work gossip going on as well. Oh my god, I've got too many things going on at once. Is this what having a social life is like? I've got work gossip going on. I've got bloody dating app notifications. I've got Discord stuff. Jesus. He's so cute. I can't get over how cute he is. Oh. Oh. Leia. Oh. Oh. It's too much. I can't deal with it. You know when something's too cute and you literally cannot cope? It's not just his little face. It just kind of looks sort of sad, but in a cute way, like, you know, like Dumbo. I can't stop looking. Oh, bless. Bless. Sorry. Right. Oh, and then there's family stuff going on as well. I don't care about that. Jesus. Very, very cute cat, I tell you. Very cute cat. I was going to say something else about it and I forgot what I was going to say. Any ideas? Who knows? Scorpio's gone. I mean, we're at about the 4-hour mark, which is how long we normally go on a live stream. Do we have anything else we want to start talking about? Do we want to call it a day? Do we want to keep going? What do we want to do? What do we feel like? I'm not actually tired, weirdly, considering I only got like 4 hours sleep last night and I've been tired all day. And now I'm awake. So I'm happy to keep going if we feel like keeping going. Just inspecting my piercings. As you do. It really annoys me because I just got the basic bars put in for those ones and they're still healing. That snug is taking a friggin' age to heal. I mean, he said it could take up to 9 months and we're nearly at the 9 months mark and I think it still needs to heal a bit more. And the helix. So I got the boring ones put in on that side. But then on this side I paid extra and got pretty ones put in. So I've got, I don't know if you can see that, I've got the pretty half moon and then I've got the pretty sparkly rook up there. But it means this ear's all pretty and this one's all boring. Fred's heading to the movies. Apparently that's more interesting than my live stream. That's alright, we'll let Fred go. Welsh friend is going to bail us for another live stream. Oh, the betrayal. The betrayal. It's like a knife through my heart, Welsh friend. I mean, we are kind of running out of things to talk about, I think. We've covered quite a range of topics. We've done periods. We've done Desperate Housewives. We've done the show, not just generally. We've done the nature of reality. We've done dating apps and friendship and we spent a good half an hour just trying to figure out how Discord works. I mean... Have a date with Greta Garbo and Joan Crawford. Oh, well, I can't really blame you then. What are you going to see? I love films of that era. The golden age of Hollywood. I think they definitely was a golden age, wasn't it? They were made different back then. Oh, Scorpio's back. I can never work out which way to lead. There we go. Hello! Hi, Scorpy! Hi! Aww. Meow. Meow. You want to jump up here and give them some proper cat cam just for the last bit of the live stream? Just have like 5 last minutes of cat cam. Oh, come up here. Yeah, come up here. Come up here. Scorpy, come up here. Scorpy. No, don't go away. Come up here. Scorpy. Scorps. Come on. Come up here. Come on. I'll pick you up. Oh dear. Oh, don't bang your head. Oh. Hello. Oops. Hi. Oh, you look so beautiful. Oh, look at us. Look how cute we look. Look how adorable we look. Don't we look adorable? Mm-hmm. Don't we look adorable? Yeah. Mwah. You okay? It's looking like I don't quite know how I ended up here, and now I'm plotting my escape. Ooh. Oh, don't go. Come on. Just sit for just for a little bit. Just for a little. Oh dear. Oh. Well, you can see his tail. I mean, that's something, I suppose. He's licking what's left of the cheesecake. It's probably not terribly good for you, Scorpio, but I'm sure a little bit won't kill you. Don't go. Don't go. Scorpio, don't leave me. Come over here. Please? Please? Come over here. Come on. You're going to go, aren't you? I can see it in your eyes. You're going to leave me. Fred's gone. Bye-bye, Fred. Say goodbye, Fred. Bye-bye, Fred. You leave my cables alone. I think you've done enough trouble with cables. Chewing me bloody laptop cable in half. Yeah. Don't go. Don't go. If you go, I have to end the live stream. The live stream is depending on you, Scorpio. It's depending on you for its survival. When you leave the live stream end... Okay. Well, I mean, we made it to the 4-hour mark. We made it to the 4-hour mark and we didn't even play a video game. We've just been sat here. This was fun. I quite enjoyed this. So, I've got a new laptop cable arriving tomorrow, hopefully. So, next week we should have a laptop that I can use to actually access the chat. Although, since I am apparently in work next Saturday and it'll be the Saturday before Easter, I might be in quite a bad mood. It might not be a very fun shift the Saturday before Easter. But you know, that's alright. We will probably next week actually play the Outer Worlds, and we will smash things with our giant hammer, because that's what we do when we play the Outer Worlds. But I kind of like the idea of having a once a month Sunday live stream where we just sit and talk, because this has been fun. And we could do that. We could do like, what if we did like first Sunday of every month or something? Because what are we on at the minute? We're on the 12th of April. So we could do like 4th of May. That's Star Wars Day, isn't it? May the 4th. We could do a random talkie live stream on May the 4th. We do that. Like, first Sunday of every month, we could have like a talkie live stream. I think that would be fun. I think that'd be fun. I think we should do that. We'll pencil in the 4th of May to have like a talkie live stream, and I shall keep you updated in the Discord and via posts and things on YouTube to see if we're actually going to do it. I think that would be fun. We do that once a month. I think that would be great fun. I think that would be great fun. But for now, I'm going to get back to my workplace gossip. And yes, I shall see you next week. Live stream should be at the normal time of, what's the normal time? 3:30 GMT, and we should play the Outer Worlds and actually get back to doing some gaming, because apparently this is like a gaming channel or something. I think maybe I'm not 100% certain, but yeah. Anyway, I shall see you next week, my lovelies. This has been a lot of fun. I've enjoyed this a lot, and we didn't even touch a video game. And you know, it's just what a nice way to spend a Saturday afternoon, I think. Anyway, I shall say farewell to you all, I suppose, and I'll stop the